Ruo Xiang's forehead was full of sweat and he was speechless. He had heard that Princess Water Fairy was smart and had amazing talent. It seemed to be true, but she was inexperienced and lacked the experience of interacting with people. In the past, all the people she had gotten along with were careful, obedient, and would grant her every request, protecting her like an ancestor. But now, when she encountered someone like Xianxia, who completely ignored her, she was at her wit's end, or rather, lost, and did not know what to do. In the end, she was just a little girl, and she was stunned by Xianxia's words. Run Xiang felt bitter in his heart. Xianxia could ignore her, but he could not. He smiled bitterly and said, "Why would Princess Water Fairy appear here? Now that the Demon Sandguard is seriously injured, it's very dangerous for you to be outside alone. I'll get someone to send you back immediately. I'm afraid that the Sea Emperor is very anxious." Water Deity shook her head. "I'm not going back. It's not dangerous. I still have the golden armored guards to protect me. I'm also very strong." The golden armored guard was the puppet that was carrying Imortal behind her. There were golden lights shining on it, and all kinds of strange runes kept flashing on the puppet's body. One look and one could tell that it was a high-grade item. Ruo Xiang's face immediately fell, and he thought to himself, strength was indeed fine, but intelligence was limited. Strength couldn't take over everything. He showed a concerned expression and said softly, "Princess Water Fairy, please be obedient. When I'm done with my business, I'll definitely bring some fun things to see you." Water Deity's pupils shrank and a cold light burst out. She said coldly, "Ruin Xiang, you're so bold. How dare you treat me like a child and coax me?" Ruo Xiang's face darkened. He felt very innocent and helpless, so he could only say, "What does the princess want to do now?" The Water Deity's eyes revealed a trace of confusion. She thought for a while and said, "I don't know. The person I'm looking for was killed by you guys. I just want to save Imortal first before planning my next step." "The person you're looking for was killed by us?" Everyone had a question mark on their heads, not knowing why. Water Deity explained the whole story. Everyone was stunned and sighed. They thought to themselves that this was too much of a coincidence. The sky was so big, and the expert of the Longhorn Sea tribe happened to step on the spatial node. He did die a little unjustly, but this was his fate. Fire God Art? A cold gleam flickered in Run Xiang's eyes as he fixed his gaze on Xianxia. He had fought with Xianxia several times, and he knew that the latter had an extremely powerful divine fire in his hand. Zhao Wenjian suddenly realized. So the Water Fairy Princess came to our island to find fire elemental martial artists. But isn't it a little too mysterious just based on a prophecy? Xianxia was also a little stunned. He touched his nose and said, "Who's that scammer who divined your fortune?" "Scammer." The Water Deity shook her head and said, "He is not a liar. His divination skills are very good. Even my father once praised him. His name is Duanmu Yoyu." "Ah!" Everyone's mouth was wide open in shock. It was unexpected that the name of the person who guided the Water Deity here 3 years ago was actually that earth-shaking name. It was like a star shining in the vast sky of martial arts, guiding countless powerhouses to move forward in their footsteps. This was a name that could make one's blood boil just by reading it out. Dark North Kangtian said in a deep voice, "So, it's the martial sovereign child Yu, who has the title of Heaven Yen. His divination skills are unparalleled in the world. It's said that he can enter the current of time and see the past and the future. If it's him, then I can't be wrong." Xianxia also frowned and fell into silence. He did not know much about Duanmu Yoyu, and in his previous life, he had never paid much attention to divination. However, the origin of the Cold Sword and Frost was related to a very powerful diviner, and from the current situation, the fire divine arts practitioner that the Water Fairy was waiting for was him. No flame in this world could defeat his Phoenix divine fire, not to mention that the Phoenix divine fires might had increased to a level that even he could not understand after fusing with a wisp of the demonic heart flame. It was undeniably the #1 divine fire in the world. Could it be that divination really works? Xianxia could not help but be puzzled. If it was really useful, what secret in the world did clairvoyance not know? That's right. The person I've been waiting for 3 years was killed by you. Water deity was furious. Her eyes were filled with ferocity as she swept her gaze across everyone. Although her gaze was sharp and shocking, the men who were swept by her gaze were not afraid. Instead, they felt extremely honored. They all stepped forward, straightened their chests, and tidied their hair. I've heard of Duanmu Yoyu's divination before, said Ruo Xiang faintly. Since it's so accurate, how could the person you're going to meet die so easily? If he really died the moment he appeared, Duanmu Yu should be able to divine it and tell you. Did he say that the person you were looking for died after meeting him once? The water deity shook her head and said, he didn't say that, but in the entire Xiankong Island, there are only 3 people who cultivate fire-type sacred arts, and they are all dead. This is it. Ruo Xiang was now almost certain that the person water deity was looking for was Yunxiao, and he knew some of the reasons. The treasure show has yet to begin, and all kinds of experts will be coming one after another. Perhaps some powerful people have been hiding all this time so you can't find them. Zhao Wenjian also laughed. This friend is right. Miss Water Deity, why don't you wait until the entire treasure exhibition is over? There will definitely be unexpected surprises. Water Deity's face brightened. She said happily, now that you put it that way, it seems to be the case. All right, I will wait until the end of the treasure show. I hope I can meet the person I am looking for. Otherwise, I will not be able to meet him. Her expression suddenly dimmed, revealing a deep worry. Everyone looked at her pitifully, wishing that they were the person she was looking for, and immediately stood up to help her solve her problems. So it's that reason. Ruo Xiang sighed in his heart. There was hesitation in his eyes as he stared at Yunxiao. A martial artist's face turned red, and he finally couldn't help but step out and shout, Princess Water Fairy, although I don't major in fire-type martial arts, I once refined a fire-type demonic beast and extracted its demonic fire. Maybe I'm the person you're looking for. He shouted and formed a hand seal in front of him. A ball of green fire appeared on his body, emitting extremely high temperature. Eft, you have the nerve to take out the flames of a 6th-order monster beast to embarrass yourself? Even though I do not have a mystical fire, I have trained in the blazing sun palm. It can be considered as half a fire-type sacred art. Princess Water Deity, please take a closer look and see if the person you are looking for is me. A martial artist beside her chided. He roared, and a ball of blazing sun appeared in front of him. With a loud shout, he struck out with his palm, and an extremely fierce palm print condensed in the air without dispersing, emitting an extremely powerful force. At this time, the rest of the people also stood up and showed off their skills. Anyone who had anything to do with fire or temperature tried their best to show off, hoping to be noticed by the water deity. The temperature on the 9th grade battleship continued to rise like a furnace. Everyone was covered in sweat. One of the martial artists even roared and threw 3 punches in a row, causing dust to fill the air. He shouted, Princess Water Deity, even though I do not cultivate fire-type techniques, my earth-type sacred art is very powerful. Do you think I am the person you are looking for? Water Deity. Zhao Wenjian's eyes were filled with amazement. These martial artists were all extremely powerful, with the lowest being a martial venerable of the 8th Desolation realm. He was greatly shocked and could not help but say, I wonder which sect this lord belongs to, and what important matters he has to attend to. Perhaps my Xiankong Island can help him out. After all, we are quite familiar with this sea region. Thank you for your kind intentions, Mr. Dark North Kongtian refused. But we don't want outsiders to get involved in our sect's internal affairs. I'm not trying to interfere in your affairs. It's just that I'm afraid you don't understand the situation around the Xiankong Island. Do you? Zhao Wenjian smiled. Dark North Kongtian raised his eyebrows and said disdainfully, The situation? We have a 9th grade battleship, so we can go anywhere we want. Zhao Wenjian chuckled. The situation I'm talking about is not dangerous. It's just that the waters here are a little special. It's difficult to get out without guidance. Furthermore, all spatial coordinates will lose their effectiveness in this area. Dark North Kangtian's expression turned serious. He immediately sent a voice transmission to the person in charge of locating the warship. Soon, he received a response, and his face immediately darkened. Zhao Wenjian laughed and said, "How is it? When Zhan didn't lie to Darren, right?" Dark North Kangtian reined in his attitude and said humbly, "Then how can we get out of this sea region? I hope teacher can teach me." Zhao Wenjian said, "It's actually very simple to leave these waters. That is to wait. Once time is over, the spatial coordinates will return to their original direction." Turned out that there was a magical mountain range under this sea. The field it emitted could attract the power of space. This strange power would only appear once every 5 years, which was when the treasure show was held. During this time, all the space recorders would be in chaos, and they would not be able to leave the sea. People from the outside world could only enter the sea during this time. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that the Xiankong Island only opens once every 5 years? Baiming Kangtian asked in surprise. Zhao Wenjian laughed. "That's right. That's why you're all here at the right time." Dark North Kangtian hesitated for a moment before he said, "Since that's the case, then I'll have to trouble Lord Wenjian. However, I wonder how long this spatial disorder will last. Since he couldn't leave in a short time, he was forced to stay." "The time is uncertain," Zhao Wenjian said, "but at most it will be around a month." They could still afford to wait for a month, so Dark North Kangtian immediately nodded. Zhao Wenjian revealed a knowing smile, and an undetectable light flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, a voice was heard. "The spell that Lady Water Deity used just now. I wonder what kind of magical power did Lord Wenjian use to erase it?" Zhao Wenjian's body trembled, and his face turned extremely unsightly. He quickly turned around and found that the speaker was Yunxiao, who was also a 9th-tier alchemist. He rolled his eyes and chuckled. "It's just a small trick. It seems like I can't hide it from my peers." "Lord Wenjian, you're too modest," Yunxiao said indifferently. "If that kind of teleportation and the ability to change the world are insignificant skills, then there really is no divine power in this world." Zhao Wenjian's face sank and an uncertain look appeared on his face. In the end, he resolved it and said indifferently, "You're too kind." Dark North Kangtian, on the other hand, was frowning. He had also seen the situation just now. When the water immortal had cast the spell, an extremely terrifying aura had come from the sea, but it had been erased by a rainbow from Zhao Wenjian. He was also surprised earlier, but he didn't think too much about it. It seemed that there were some hidden secrets. At this moment, the performances of the people on the battleship were also coming to an end. Those water-type cultivators who were completely different from fire-type also showed their skills. The water deity's face became even more disappointed. "There's no need to be disappointed, princess. I have a premonition that the person you're looking for is on this Xiankong Island," Run Xiang said leisurely. "I heard that ancient true dragons can also travel through time and space and predict the past and the future. Is this what you sensed?" The water deity was overjoyed. Ruo Xiang's face darkened, but he was too lazy to explain. He could only nod and say more or less. "The key is whether the man is willing to come forward. Don't you think so, Li Yunxiao?" "This is a matter of your sea tribe," Yunxiao said coldly. "It's hard for me to understand with my low IQ. You'd better ask someone else." "Ha! Young Master Yunxiao, you're so humorous." Zhao Wenjian laughed loudly, spread his arms, and shouted, "Welcome to Xiankong Island." The 9th-grade battleship moved slowly. It looked like an island in the sky, but it was still very different from Xiankong Island. It was like a sesame compared to a watermelon, floating quietly in the sky a few miles away from the island. Everyone followed Zhao Wenjian to the island. It was the first time for most of them to be in the East Sea. They were all amazed by the spiritual qi on the island. The people of Baiming Dark Palace were also shocked. The place where their sect was located was the place with the densest spiritual qi in the entire North region. There were almost all kinds of spiritual mines in the earth vein, but compared to the Xiankong Island, it was nothing, not to mention those poor rogue cultivators. Each of them opened their mouths wide and breathed in and out the spiritual qi. not wasting any time. The water deity stopped in her tracks and turned around to look at the rogue cultivators. She asked curiously, "What's wrong? Lord Wenjan, is there some kind of restriction placed on the human race on this island?" Everyone's faces turned red, and they hurriedly stopped breathing. "Humph! Embarrassing." Biming Lifeong cursed angrily. He turned to the water deity and his expression softened. "Princess Water Deity, don't bother with these country bumpkins. They are all unpresentable things." All of them were furious. No man would be able to stand being called a country bumpkin in front of such a beautiful woman. Their eyes were spitting fire, but they didn't dare to voice their anger in front of Biming Lifeong. "Hehe, what are you saying, brother Lifeong? Absorbing large amounts of spiritual energy made him a country bumpkin? Don't tell me that when you cultivate, the more you swallow, the better it is." Xiao could not bear to see his pretentious face, so after a few sarcastic words, he began to take deep breaths and put on a look of extreme pleasure, intoxicated by the spirit qi in the sky. Young Master Yun, you're really a man of character. No wonder your cultivation base is so high at such a young age. Isn't that so? This is the true number one among the younger generation. The others are all just empty titles. Other things? Who was it? I've only heard of Li Yunxiao's name among the younger generation, and he's as famous as thunder. Is there anyone else in the younger generation who has some reputation? That's all. However, there are still a few sick mice and cats that can't be shown in public. Don't say anything if it's not presentable. Otherwise, the sea race will think that our human race has no talents. The warriors behind him sneered one after another. They all had a good impression of Yunxiao, but they shared the same hatred for Biming Lifeong, and all of them glared at him. Biming Kangtian shook his head secretly. Biming Lifeong was indeed very outstanding among the younger generation, but compared with Yunxiao and Runxiang, he was too far behind in terms of temperament, strength, and even talent. Biming Lifeong's expression changed drastically, and his eyes were spitting fire. He was about to get angry, but when he saw Biming Kangtian's cold eyes sweep over him, he was immediately startled and didn't dare to say anything else. Battle General Zhao Wen saw everything. He only smiled and said, "Princess Water Deity, you worry too much. Why would there be a restriction? The air here is clear, so my friends here are probably just too amazed." Yes, it's my first time in the Eastern Sea. We're so surprised." Everyone nodded in agreement to hide their embarrassment. "I see." The water deity nodded. "There are still many beautiful sceneries above the four seas. You guys should take a look at them. You don't have to stay in that remote corner of the mainland all day." Everyone's face darkened. The vast and boundless heavenly martial continent had become a remote place. However, they did not feel angry when they heard it from the water fairy. Zhao Wenjan looked at Yunxiao and said, "Young Master Yunxiao, it doesn't seem to be your first time coming to the four seas, right? I see that you're turning a blind eye to the beautiful scenery in front of you, as if you're not used to it. The scenery on the heavenly martial continent is 100 times better than this," Yunxiao said lightly. "What's there to see on this barren island?" Zhao Wenjan immediately looked embarrassed and smiled wryly. He also knew that Yunxiao was indirectly refuting the water deity, thinking that young people like him were immature after all, and it was normal for them to like to quarrel. He immediately shook his head. The water deity was shocked and said, "Really? The heavenly martial continent has so many beautiful sceneries." Although she did things coldly, she was simple-minded, and no one had ever dared to bicker or lie to her since she was a child. So, as soon as Yunxiao said it, she immediately believed him, and her face was filled with shock. Yunxiao's face was covered in sweat, and he suddenly felt that he was so petty. Why did he have to argue with a little girl? He felt guilty, but he could not change his words. Of course it's true. The world is so big, and there are countless wondrous sights and wondrous things. If there's a chance, I can take you around. Yes, if there's really such a beautiful scene, I will definitely go and see it. But Ingluo will have to wait for the future, Water Deity said with a serious face. A hint of desolation flashed across her face. Biming Lifeong's heart burned with jealousy as he listened to the two's conversation. He suppressed his anger and said softly, "Every place on the heavenly martial continent must give Beiming Dark Palace some face. If Princess Water Fairy wants to go to the continent, I am willing to accompany you. That's a matter for the future. We'll talk about it when the time comes." Water Deity shook her head. Under Zhao Wenjian's lead, the group of more than 100 people went deep into Xiankong Island. Although there were no strange sights on the island, it was by no means bare as Yunxiao had said. There were exotic flowers and rare herbs everywhere, emitting an amazing spirit qi. Some high-grade herbs were even found on the roadside, and they were very old. Zhao Wenjian's voice suddenly turned cold and he said, "There's a prohibition on this island. No one is allowed to pick any spirit herbs or kill any spirit beasts. Otherwise, die." The word die made everyone's heart turn cold. A few of them really wanted to grab the spirit flower, but the hand that they had just stretched out suddenly quivered and they quickly retracted. As Zhao Wenjian had been in a pleasant mood all the way, his expression suddenly became cold, making everyone somewhat unable to adapt. Zhao Wenjian said coldly, "This is your first time on the island. I have to remind you that we welcome guests from afar. But if you violate the rules of the island, no matter what your identity and background are, it will be very troublesome." "It's my duty to follow the rules of the island," Dark North Kangtian said. "Lord Wenjian is a human," Yunxiao suddenly said. "Why did he come to Xiankong Island and become the island lord?" Zhao Wenjian recovered his previous expression and smiled indifferently. "It's a long story. My position as the island master is just an empty position. The first island master saw that I was good at art, so he gave me a high position." Yunxiao did not ask any more questions. It was normal for Zhao Wenjian to be popular among the sea race with his strength in alchemy. Faming suddenly said, "Xiankong Island is very famous in the entire Donghai, but the identity of the 5 island masters has always been a mystery. Donghai Palace has sent people to your island several times, but they could not find the direction. Since I've stepped onto the island today, I would like to ask Mr. Wenjian, what are the island masters' attitudes towards Donghai Palace?" His words became cold towards the end, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he looked directly at Zhao Wenjian. Although the East Sea was a place, the descendants of the true dragon were the supreme ocean kings. Except for a few extremely powerful and secretive clans, no one dared to disobey them. Moreover, the Xiankong Island seemed to have suddenly appeared in the East Sea, and had become famous in the East Sea several decades ago due to the various treasure shows it held. As such, the Lord of the Eastern Sea would not allow any random power to stay in his territory. However, the existence of the Xiankong Island had not been found for several years. It seemed that the island would only appear during the 5-year conference, and the location of the island had always been a mystery. Zhao Wenjian laughed in surprise. "There was actually someone from the palace. I've been disrespectful. Since the Xiankong Island is located in the East Sea, it is naturally under the control of the Ocean King. If that's the case, why don't I see the island masters pay their respects at the palace?" Faming scoffed. Zhao Wenjian laughed. "Because Xiankong Island can only be connected to the outside world once every 5 years. We can't go out for the rest of the time. I hope the emissary from the palace can forgive us. Please explain it to the Ocean King the next time we meet." Faming frowned. Zhao Wenjian's words were not false, but this explanation felt very far-fetched. He could only say, "I will take your words back. As for the result, it will depend on his lord." Zhao Wenjian smiled without a word, but a cold light flashed in his eyes as he continued to lead the crowd forward. Very quickly, a flat hinterland appeared. There were many buildings. Although it was not as prosperous as a city, it was like a small town. It was located in an orderly manner among the mountains. Many people were walking around, and it looked quite lively. Zhao Wenjian laughed. "These few days, the Xiankong Island's waters have opened. Many friends have come. It's almost like a ghost town on normal days." Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he glanced around and said, "Mr. Wenjian, these buildings seem to have some sort of connection with each other, as if they were arranged according to some kind of formation." Zhao Wenjian was taken aback, and a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. He had a deep fear of Yunxiao. These buildings were indeed arranged in an imitation of an ancient array, and even ordinary array masters might not be able to see it. Young Master Yunxiao is indeed thoughtful. These buildings are only arranged in a beautiful way. Zhao Wenjian said indifferently. He did not believe that Yunxiao could see through the array. Yunxiao did not say anything more, but he felt that there were more and more problems on Xiankong Island, and he became vigilant. A ray of light flew over from the distance and landed in front of everyone. It was an elegant youth. He took a few steps forward and bowed to Zhao Wenjian. Master, the first island master has something to discuss with you. Zhao Wenjian furrowed his brows and said, "All right, I'll head over now." He pointed at the young man and explained, "This is my disciple and Lingjian. Let him show you around the island." He gave a few instructions to Lingjian and specially warned, "These are all friends with great origins, we can't neglect them. This young Master Yunxiao is a 9th-tier alchemist, and you can ask him if you have any doubts about the art of alchemy." What? A 9th-tier alchemist? And Lingjian did not take it seriously at first, but he was taken aback at this moment. He looked at Yunxiao in horror and said awkwardly, "Master, could it be that Xianxia has made a mistake in his age?" "You've been with me since you were a child," Zhao Wenjian said seriously. "You've been smug about being an 8th-tier alchemist at your current age, and you've been looking down on all the heroes in the world. This young Master Yunxiao is younger than you, but his achievements are beyond your reach. I hope you can learn from him and avoid being arrogant." "Yes, Master." And Lingjian humbly lowered his head and glanced at Yunxiao, still not quite convinced. Zhao Wenjian exchanged a few pleasantries, then turned into a ray of light and flew toward an inconspicuous building in front of him. Just by looking at its appearance, that building was not ranked at all among the other buildings. No one would have thought that it was actually the residence of the great island master. "Please follow me. I'll take you to a place to stay." And Lingjian said, "With your status and strength, you are more than qualified to receive the best treatment from our Xiankong Island." The crowd followed him to a small courtyard. Many people frowned. Although this courtyard was exquisite, at a glance, there were only 7 or 8 people living in it. The door was locked by a copper lock and there was rust on it. It was obvious that no one had lived in it for a long time. And Lingjian looked at the crowd and revealed a smug expression. He cast a few spells in the air and circled in the sky before flying into the copper lock. Pa! The lock looked brand new, and it opened directly. The courtyard door slowly opened, and Lingjian said, "This is a spatial mystic artifact made by my master. There's a universe inside. You can live in peace." Everyone's faces revealed strange expressions, each and every one of them endlessly exclaiming in admiration. As expected, when they walked in, they saw a completely different world. It was actually rows of courtyards, hidden among the red flowers and green willows. The way everyone looked at Lingjian also became respectful. The number of 9th-tier alchemists who could refine spatial mystic artifacts on the heavenly martial continent could be counted on one hand, and they were all highly respected. And Lingjian said smugly, "My master has been making this spatial mystic artifact for many years. It has been here all this time and has only been used once. You are the second time my master has valued a guest so much." He gave Yunxiao a glance and said, "I heard from my master that young Master Yunxiao is also a 9th-tier alchemist. What do you think of this profound-level weapon?" He said, "Listen to my master," in his words, which meant that he had heard it from my master, but I didn't believe it. "It's nothing," Yunxiao said indifferently. "It's nothing." And Lingjian was stunned for a moment, and his face sank. He snorted. "Average? This means that young Master Yunxiao must have seen an even better spatial mystic artifact." The so-called spatial mystic artifacts could actually be divided into 3 categories. The first was the storage space, which could be carried around. It could hold a large number of things, but it could not hold living things. It was often broken into rings, bracelets, bags, and other styles. Basically, each person had a few sets. The second type was this kind of fixed spatial mystic artifact, which could accommodate living things. There was a small world inside, but it survived according to the rules of the heavenly martial realm and could not be moved at will. Moreover, the space inside was not self-generated. It was equivalent to a space directly created from the heavenly martial realm and stored inside. As for the third category, it was the transcendent grade profound level weapons. They were completely self-evolving heaven and earth, forming their own rules, and were similar to the existence of a world. Yunxiao smiled indifferently and did not comment. In his eyes, it was actually not bad to say that it was ordinary. But in Lingjian's ears, he was extremely unhappy. He said coldly, "Young Master Yunxiao, you are indeed a ninth-tier alchemist. You have seen a lot, and your vision is so high." Humph. This person has always been arrogant, but he actually doesn't have much ability. Ruan Shichuan could tell that something was wrong and tried to sow discord. Sure enough, Lingjian was young and impetuous, and he was already suspicious and unconvinced of Yunxiao's identity. Oh? Wasn't young Master Yunxiao a ninth-tier alchemist? How can you not have any abilities? Yan Shushu also sneered and said, "The so-called ninth-tier alchemist is what he said himself. No one has ever seen him. There are no high-level alchemists among us, so no one can verify his authenticity. If it were not for the presence of high-level martial emperors like Elder Baiming Kongtian, I guess he would have directly said that he is a titled martial emperor." And Lingjian raised his eyebrows and said coldly, "What? So, he's still lying?" "He," Yan Shushu laughed. "I can't say for sure whether he's a liar or not, but judging from his young age, I don't want your master to be deceived and suffer any losses. Even if there's no loss, it's an extremely disgraceful thing," he added after a pause. "Oh? Was he telling the truth? Young Master Yunxiao." And Lingjian's face turned cold as he stared at Yunxiao. Yunxiao touched his nose, crossed his arms over his chest, and said leisurely, "What do you want?" "It's nothing." And Lingjian sneered. "Just now, Master asked me to ask young Master Yunxiao more about art. I just happened to have some questions in my heart and would like to ask young Master Yunxiao. Have you ever heard of soul attack techniques?" "It's all right," Yunxiao said with a smile. "I've only learned a little." Young master doesn't need to be so modest. I've also cultivated a move called soul shaking. I hope young master can teach me." And Lingjian's face darkened, and a beam of light shot out from between his eyebrows. With a brilliant flash, an extremely strong soul attack crashed toward Yunxiao, shaking the surrounding space. Jing Yongyi was shocked, and his body moved slightly, but he was stopped by Liao Yongbing. Liao Yongbing shook his head, signaling for him to be quiet, and transmitted a message. "As far as I know, young Master Yun is indeed a ninth-tier alchemist." Jing Yongye's face was filled with shock, revealing an expression of disbelief. He was a ninth-tier alchemist at such a young age and with such martial strength? This could no longer be described as a genius. He could not believe it and could not help but worry. The space around Yunxiao was also extremely distorted by the soul attack, constantly changing its patterns. The people outside only felt that Yunxiao had been torn apart by 5 horses. Ruo Xiang revealed a knowing smile and crossed his arms to watch the show. The rest of the people also had gloating expressions. The water deity, on the other hand, had a calm expression on her face. She had returned to being as calm as an ancient well. Her eyes were cold and indifferent, and she had an innate noble and cold temperament. And Lingjian suddenly frowned. His majestic soul power should have instantly blown up the other party's sea of consciousness and caused him to bleed from all 7 orifices. However, the situation was beyond his expectations. It was as if a millstone had smashed into a sponge. No matter how you twisted the other party, it was impossible to hurt him at all. "Humph. Do you think you can remain undefeated like this?" And Lingjian's eyes turned cold as he formed a seal with his hands. He shouted, "Sky Feather Wind Chant." A sharp stream of soul power transformed into countless blades, tearing the space apart and slashing at Yunxiao with a loud cry. The blades fluttered in the air like countless feathers, wrapping Yunxiao up in an instant. The place where he stood was instantly cut into countless pieces, and then his body exploded into countless pieces. Ah! Everyone's faces changed drastically as they were shocked. On the other hand, Baiming Lifeng, Ruan Shichuan, and the others were overjoyed, and their faces were filled with disbelief and ecstasy. Yun Xiao, who they had tried so hard to kill, had died so easily? Isn't this too much of a joke? Liao Yongbing's mouth was wide open, and his brows furrowed. Dark North Kongtian nearly coughed out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide open. He still had half of the tyrant body tempering technique with Yun Xiao. Ruo Xiang's expression also changed drastically, and he was also puzzled. He only felt that this person shouldn't have died so easily, but the pieces of corpses that fell from the sky were so real. Water deity's calm eyes started to ripple, and a light flashed. Hee, you're indeed a liar. And Lingjian's face revealed a sullen expression. He licked his lips and said, I'm sorry for polluting the environment and scaring everyone. The crowd was speechless. Looking at the blood all over the ground, they could not accept that Yun Xiao had died just like that, and they could not calm down. Hurry up and get treated. The water deity suddenly said, You'll die if you're too late. What? And Lingjian snorted and laughed. Princess Water Fairy, you must be joking. This liar is already dead. How can we save him? I'm afraid not even a level 10 sorcerer god can save him. The water deity's eyes showed a trace of pity. I'm talking about you. You're so heavily injured. Don't tell me you didn't even notice it. What are you talking about, Water Fairy Princess? I don't understand. And Lingjian frowned. The rest of the people were also confused, not knowing what water deity meant. Only Run Xiang's expression changed, and his eyes burst with a bright light as he looked at Lingjian's body and the corpse pieces all over the ground. Friend, don't look at me like that. It's making me uncomfortable. And Lingjian said with an ugly expression. Ruo Xiang's eyes gradually turned green and were filled with an ancient ruthless aura like the eyes of a divine dragon. He stared at everything and then slowly retracted his eyes. A hint of a sneer appeared on his lips as he said, The discomfort is not because of my gaze. You'd better hurry up and find your master. And Lingjian had been feeling that something was wrong since Yun Xiao's death. He always felt a burst of irritation and discomfort, and an unspeakable depression in his heart. He only felt that something was going to happen or had already happened, but he did not know what it was. The water deity's eyes were filled with pity, while Run Xiang's eyes were filled with ridicule. This made him feel extremely irritated and even angry. He shouted, Shut up! What do you mean by that? Explain yourself. You'd better hurry up and find your master. Run Xiang shook his head and repeated. And Lingjian finally couldn't help but explode and roar. What do you mean by that? In his anger, he strode over, but found that it was difficult to lift his feet. He suddenly looked down. A chill ran down his spine, and his mind went blank for a moment, as if it was going to explode. He looked at his lower leg in disbelief. Only his left leg was left standing on the ground with no muscles on it. His right leg was also missing, and had been crushed into countless pieces of meat on the ground. Ah! It wasn't just his right foot. He was horrified to find that his 2 hands were gone as well. His face was covered in blood, and his body was in excruciating pain. He was missing flesh and bones everywhere. An indescribable fear spread in his heart, and only then did he realize that the body pieces on the ground were all his. Ah! His head was covered in blood, and Lingjian was scared out of his wits. He was so terrified that his liver and gall ruptured. He even saw 2 ears on the ground. For a moment, he didn't know how much meat and bones he had lost. He cried out in panic, Master, Master! Save me! Whoosh! In his panic, Lingjian realized that he could still circulate the essence force in his body. He hurriedly turned into a ray of light and flew towards the first island master. It was only at this moment that everyone could see the reality in front of them. Yun Xiao was standing in the same place, safe and sound, and he had not even moved. All of them looked horrified. To be able to deceive everyone with an illusionary technique, just how strong of a soul power did one have to be able to do it? No one would doubt his identity as a 9th-tier alchemist now. Liao Yongbing heaved a heavy sigh of relief, and looked at the dazed Jing Yongyi with a smug expression. as if to say, I didn't lie to you, did I? Jing Yongyi exchanged a glance with him and revealed a bitter smile. Dark North Kangtian also breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, his heart felt even heavier. The danger Yunxiao posed to him had increased a lot. You're so cruel, you actually cut off so much of his flesh and bones. How cruel, said the water deity. Yunxiao frowned and said coldly, I'm standing here without moving. I'm just reflecting his attack back. If I didn't control it, he would have become a pile of mud. I'm kind enough to spare his life, but I'm being vicious? Are you saying that it's better if I'm turned into minced meat? The water deity was at a loss for words. She wanted to say something but did not know how to rebut. After thinking for a while, she could only shut her mouth in anger and did not say anything else. Young Master Yunxiao, you're really bold, Runxiang said coldly. You dare to hit people in their territory. There'll be a good show to watch when the island masters come together. Yunxiao said with an innocent look. You all saw what happened just now. He was incited by someone and deliberately tried to kill me. I was just defending myself. There is no such thing as justice in this world. They can't be unreasonable. Can they? Reasonable? Humph. Li Yunxiao, it's easy for you to say that. Do you know how much trouble you'll cause us? Baiming Lifeng's face was also filled with anger. Yunxiao's survival had made him happy for nothing, and his face had long darkened. Yunxiao smiled. The cause of this incident is someone's instigation. Why don't we just capture the two instigators and hand them over to Xiankong Island? He looked at Ruan Shichuan and Yen Shushu. The two's expressions suddenly changed and they couldn't help but take a step back. Yen Shushu even retreated behind Ruan Shichuan, as if this could offset the chill in his heart. What are you doing, Li Yunxiao? Ruan Shichuan asked warily. What are you doing? You're the one who injured him. Are you trying to blame it on us? Yunxiao did not bother to talk to him at all. He said directly, Are you guys going to surrender? Or do you want me to do it? Ruan Shichuan was shocked and furious. This was blatant contempt for them. He rebuked, Don't tell me you still want to capture the two of us. A cold gleam flickered in Yunxiao's eyes. He did not bother to say anything more, and without even moving his feet, he leaped into the air. Ruan Shichuan and Yen Shushu were so frightened that they kept retreating. They had seen Yunxiao's means, so they did not dare to fight him head-on. The lords of Baiming Dark Palace and the experts of the Red Moon City are here. Do you dare to act rashly? Yunxiao performed an incantation gesture with one hand, and then he turned into a thunderbolt and disappeared from where he was, suddenly blasting toward Ruan Shichuan. Ruan Shichuan was shocked and frightened. He hurriedly took out his sword and formed a sword seal to block the lightning. Bang! His sword buzzed under the lightning and he quickly retreated. He hurriedly shouted, Lord Kang Tian, are you going to sit by and watch him commit murder? Yunxiao's hands did not stop moving. He raised the thunder hammer high and struck it down again and again, as if it were a heavenly tribulation. Not only did it attack Ruan Shichuan, but it also hit Yen Shushu. Jing Yongye's eyes exploded with a cold light. Young Master Yunxiao, let me handle that bastard Yen Shushu. All right. Yunxiao nodded and said, Remember to catch him alive, so that we can explain it to Xiankong Island. Yen Shushu's expression changed drastically. He suddenly turned pale and wailed, Lord Kang Tian, I'm following you out to sea. You can't just leave me in the lurch. Dark North Kang Tian's expression changed, and he said in a deep voice, Young Master Yunxiao, you were the one who injured An Lingjian. It's not good to make a scapegoat like this, right? Yunxiao emerged from the thunderbolt and said coldly, Elder Kang Tian, if you can't tell right from wrong, I'll easily lose my memory. You! Dark North Kang Tian angrily flicked his sleeve and turned his head away, no longer paying any attention to him. He still had half of the cultivation technique on him, and he really couldn't do anything to him now. Especially after seeing the way he dealt with An Lingjian, the idea of capturing him and soul-searching was completely extinguished. When Yen Shushu saw that Baiming Kangtian was ignoring him, his face instantly turned ashen. Jing Yongya's expression became malevolent, and he coldly said, Go to hell, you dog thief. A green light condensed in his palm, and his whole body flew up, blasting toward Yen Shushu. Ruan Shichuan's heart sank and he shouted, Lord Kong Tian. Beiming Dark Palace and our Red Moon City are allies. You can't just sit by and do nothing. After Dark North Kong Tian turned around, he didn't move at all, as if he had entered a meditative state. Since he had decided not to care anymore, he made up his mind to pretend that he didn't see anything. Ilechi had no choice but to stand up and say in a deep voice, Young Master Yunxiao, Lord Shichuan is indeed at fault in this matter. Why don't we let go of our past grudges and think of a way to deal with the Xiankong Island together? Yunxiao snorted. Who do you think you are? I'll beat you up too if you continue to be so long-winded. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. He had long wanted to find a reason to get rid of Ruan Shichuan and Yen Shushu. Now that he finally had the chance, how could he let it go? Moreover, the Xiankong Island was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. He did not want to have a conflict with the forces on the island at the moment. This was also the reason why he spared An Lingjian's life. Otherwise, anyone who dared to kill him would have been killed by him. Ilechi gritted his teeth in anger and said, Li Yunxiao, do you really think that no one can stop you? Yunxiao raised an eyebrow and said sarcastically, Not convinced? If you have the guts, then come up and fight with me. This young master doesn't have the time to play with words with you. He once again transformed into a bolt of lightning, grabbed the hammer, and smashed it towards Ruan Shichuan. Boom! The sky trembled violently. Fortunately, this was the space of a profound-level weapon. Otherwise, the people on the island would have been alarmed. Bang! Ruan Shichuan swung his sword with all his might to block the falling lightning. He spat out a mouthful of blood from the impact and retreated. He said in fear, Lord Lu Qi, you can't just leave him in the lurch. Let's join hands and kill this thief. Ilechi's face twitched. He knew a little about Yunxiao's strength, and it was impossible for him to defeat him even with his help. So, he had no choice but to continue threatening, Li Yunxiao, once I return to the continent, I'll definitely report everything to Red Moon City. At that time, no matter how big the world is, there will be no place for you to hide. Yunxiao ignored him and continued to hammer down. The crowd could only see the world changing colors as thunderbolts fell like long dragons, hitting Ruan Shichuan and gradually breaking his defense. Lord Ilechi, stop talking nonsense. Make your move. Ruan Shichuan was on the verge of tears as he wailed loudly. He was exhausted from being struck by the lightning and would not be able to hold on any longer. Ilechi's face was ashen. He could feel that everyone was staring at him, and a look of shame flashed across his face. He gritted his teeth and replied, Lord Shichun, don't worry. I will definitely ask Master Tang Qing to avenge you. When Ruan Shichuan heard this, his last shred of confidence was shattered and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down and finally broke through his body protection defense, causing him to fall from the sky and crash into the ground. In an extremely ordinary courtyard on Xiankong Island, there weren't even any restrictions. Zhao Wenjian flew into it. After entering the courtyard, one would find that the spiritual qi here was completely different from the outside. There was a path paved with top-grade primordial stones on the ground that led to a room. Spiritual flowers and spiritual herbs were planted on both sides of the path. Looking closely, one could even see the martial Will Dao fruit of the Eight Desolates realm. Zhao Wenjian walked along the small path to the front of the house and said respectfully, First Island Master, I'm here. The door of the small house opened, and an extremely strong spiritual qi rushed in. The spiritual qi seemed to contain some kind of strange power. Zhao Wenjian was so shocked that he took a few steps back. Only then did he calm down and walk in. The room was separated by a jade screen, and the disturbing aura kept coming out of it. Even as a ninth-tier alchemist, Zhao Wenjian felt a burst of oppression and only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. First Island Master, why are you looking for me? The black shadow on the jade screen moved, and a rough and low voice came from inside. I can feel a strong dragon breath. Is the royal family of the East Sea here? Zhao Wenjian hurriedly said, There is indeed a descendant of the true dragon who has come to the island. However, he is not from the royal family of the East Sea. He is Ruinxiang of the North Sea. It is said that he is a well-known genius among the younger generation of the Four Seas. So you're a genius from the palace of the North Sea. No wonder, Huan. The voice continued. Beihai is a descendant of the true spirit black dragon. He's also a descendant of the dragon child. This Runxiang is really not simple. The strength of his dragon breath can actually trigger the blood in my body. Is this the heavens blessing me? Zhao Wenjian was startled and said, First Island Lord means to say Bayan. The voice laughed. This should be the last show of Treasures Conference. Ah! Zhao Wenjian was shocked and suddenly realized something. He said excitedly, Haha! That's great! Congratulations! First Island Master. However, didn't Swan and I say that it was still lacking a lot during the previous treasure exhibition? It's still a lot from the last time, said the First Island Master with a smile. I originally thought that it would take at least 30 to 50 years to develop like this, but I didn't expect it to be enough this time. And the heavens have even sent a black dragon descendant with such a high purity of bloodline. Haha! The heavens are really looking out for me. Zhao Wenjian laughed. This is all thanks to the Second Island Lord's brilliant plan. He insisted on holding the dazzling treasure meet every 5 years. It really has a wonderful effect. Suddenly, a wail came from outside the door. The person cried out in panic. Master, where are you? Save me, save me. Zhao Wenjian was shocked. It's in Lingjian. What happened? He asked. What are you panicking for? Come in, he suddenly shouted. The door of the small house was opened, and a bloodied and Lingjian immediately appeared at the door. He was only left with his left foot to support himself, and his body was also missing flesh and bones. He looked extremely terrifying. Zhao Wenjian sucked in a breath of cold air and took a few steps back in fear. Only then did he calm down and said in shock, What's going on with you? Who did this to you? And Lingjian's eyes were filled with tears as he cried, Master, you have to save me. I'm finished. I'm dead. Woo. It's all that Li Yunxiao's fault. What? Li Yunxiao? Zhao Wenjian's face sank and he said in shock and anger, Why did he want to hurt you? His pupils contracted as he said suspiciously, Your injuries seem to be from a swan and I. And Lingjian was shocked and did not dare to hide anything. He hurriedly said, This is caused by my sky feather wind chime being reflected back. Bayan. He explained everything clearly. Bastard. Nonsense. How dare you attack a 9th-tier alchemist and even use a soul attack on him? Zhao Wenjian roared. You're really looking for death. Yes, I was wrong. Master, I know I was wrong. Save me. And Lingjian didn't dare to refute and cried for help. What? A 9th-tier alchemist? The First Island Master's voice came out with extreme shock. That's right, Zhao Wenjian said. He came with the descendant of the North Sea's royal family and a 9th-tier human alchemist. Haha! That's great! The First Island Master was overjoyed and said excitedly, As expected, the heavens are helping me. Keep an eye on this 9th-tier alchemist, and don't let him leave this island. Zhao Wenjian's eyes revealed a hint of doubt, but he still replied, Yes. The First Island Master was obviously in a good mood. His black shadow kept shaking on the jade screen and said, Send someone to stabilize the 9th-tier alchemist and the royal family of the North Sea first. No, you should go personally. Zhao Wenjian was stunned and said, Then Jian, what's wrong? I saw that although Jian's injuries were terrible to look at, they weren't fatal and his dantian was well preserved, so he didn't die, the First Island Master said. I'm sure that 9th-tier alchemist doesn't want to offend us. I'll get someone else to treat him, you go and stabilize those two. Yes. Zhao Wenjian didn't dare to disobey. He got up and said to Lingjian, Although your injuries are severe, you're fine. Everything will be arranged by the First Island Master. In the future, remember not to act rashly. You almost ruined our big plan and even killed yourself. Yes, I understand, Master. I won't dare to do it again. And Lingjian said honestly. Hearing that his life was not in danger, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He began to worry about his future and asked carefully, "Master, will my injuries affect my future cultivation in the art of magic?" "The dantian and meridians are well preserved," Zhao Wanzhan said. "As long as the limb regrows, it will not affect cultivation." His eyes revealed a trace of shock as he said, "That Li Yunxiao can control your sky feather wind chant so exquisitely just by reflecting it. He is really a terrible young man with a terrible talent." With a heavy look on his face, he strode out of the cabin and headed for Yunxiao's courtyard. Hearing that it would not affect his art cultivation, and Lingjian was truly relieved and heaved a long sigh of relief. "Ah Jian, how long have you been following the fifth island master?" The first island master's voice suddenly rang out, and Lingjian was shocked and hurriedly said, "First island master, it's been almost 30 years. I remember that I came to Xiankong Island with my master when I was 5 years old. I've been cultivating with all my heart." "Yes, that's true. I remember that you were still a child at that time. It's been almost 30 years. Have you ever seen my face?" The first island master asked after a moment of silence, and Lingjian was shocked. He didn't know why he felt nervous, but he quickly said, "I've never seen him. Although there are hundreds of people on this island, only the other 4 island masters have seen my true appearance." The first island master said, "Today you will be the 5th. "Ah!" And Lingjian's mouth was wide open and he was at a loss. The first island master's true appearance was almost the biggest secret on the island. He had thought about the first island master's appearance more than once, but gradually lost interest. "Come over. I can't heal you through this jade screen," the first island master said. "Yes. Many thanks, first island master." And Lingjian had a strange feeling in his heart. He carefully walked over. The area behind the jade screen was much bigger than he had imagined. There was a huge formation on the ground that was slowly moving. He had never seen it before. In front of the formation, a man sat on a throne. He was burly, and his upper body was hidden in the spiritual qi, so his face could not be seen clearly. And Lingjian didn't dare to look any longer. He lowered his head and said, "Greetings, first island master." The huge formation emitted surging syllables that seemed to go deep into the ground, and a strange force was constantly emitted. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared on the array, and Lingjian had been lowering his head and just happened to see the first island master's shadow stand up. His upper body seemed to be changing, and the shadow became bigger and bigger. An extremely strong pressure came over, and he was shocked. He hurriedly raised his head, only to see a huge dragon head with lantern-like eyes staring at him fiercely. "Arg! Why first island master, you?" And Lingjian's body trembled and he was at a loss for what to do. He felt an inexplicable panic in his heart. The pair of lantern-sized dragon eyes stared at him, making him tremble all over. A bad feeling spread in his heart. "This is my original appearance," the first island master said in a deep voice. "You guessed it right. I'm also a descendant of the true dragon." So the first island master has such a background. And Lingjian forced out a smile, but his pale face and cold sweat showed that he was extremely flustered. "Do you know that I was supposed to be the king of the East Sea?" the first island master said. What?" And Lingjian's body trembled and he looked up in horror. He saw the extreme unwillingness and anger in the dragon's eyes, as well as the strong, violent aura. He swallowed with difficulty, finding it hard to accept that the first island master of Xiankong Island had actually said that he was supposed to be the master of the East Sea. "Then do you know why I'm in such a remote place?" the first island master said coldly. "I don't know." And Lingjian hurriedly shook his head. The first island master's eyes were filled with ferocity. He gritted his teeth and said, "That's because the current lord of the Eastern Sea, my good brother, severely injured me. I have been running for my life all this time, but fortunately, I encountered the strange waters of the Xiankong Island and managed to survive." And Lingjian's heart was beating wildly. Although he had already guessed it, it was another matter for the first island master to say it personally. The first island master's body was fluctuating violently, as if he could not calm down his inner emotions. After a while he said, "Then tell me, should I take revenge?" "Yes, yes, of course I want it. It's just that Xuanji's king of the Eastern Sea is extremely powerful. Although our Xiankong Island has some power as well, it's like an egg hitting a rock when compared to him." And Lingjian quickly replied, "That's why I need everyone's help, including your help," the first island master said. Jian will do his best to help the first island master take revenge even if he dies." And Lingjian hurriedly said, "It's just that Jian's strength is weak, and he's injured to this extent. I hope that first island master can save me. I'll follow first island master with my life on the line. I'm very pleased to have your kind intentions. I don't need to treat your injuries," the first island master praised. "As an 8th-tier alchemist, you have an extremely strong soul. As long as I eat you, it will be of great help to my injuries. That is the greatest help to me." Eat it." And Lingjian was shocked and said in fear, "First island master, what did you say you wanted to eat?" A sense of uneasiness spread in his heart. He had already seen the first island master's huge dragon head slowly open its mouth and drool. "No, don't do that, first island master." Without waiting for the first island master's reply, and Lingjian already knew his fate. He was so scared that he could no longer stand steadily. One of his left ankle bones twisted, and he fell to the ground on the spot. His whole body trembled, and he cried until he was in a daze. Didn't you say that you'd help me take revenge with your life?" The first island master's eyes burst out with a cold light, and he shouted, "Are you lying to me?" No, it's just that you're teasing me." And Lingjian broke out in a cold sweat and shivered. "It's just that master has raised me for more than 20 years, and I still haven't repaid master. I can't bear to leave just like this. You are indeed a filial child. If your master knows that you have given your body to me, he will definitely be proud of you," the first island master said. Let me see master for the very, very, very last time. I want to say, bid farewell to his old man." And Lingjian was so scared that he couldn't speak. His lips were trembling, and his body was trembling. In the end, he even burst into tears. Woo sob 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 sob. Master, save me." "No need." The first island master refused. A huge claw appeared in the air and grabbed Lingjian. It threw him into its mouth and started chewing, making a chi-gu sound that made one's teeth ache. And Lingjian didn't even have the chance to scream before he was completely chewed up. The sound of bones being chewed continued for a while before the huge dragon head swallowed it. It slowly closed its eyes and returned to its human form. As expected of an 8th-tier alchemist. "It's a great supplement to me." The first island master seemed to have absorbed all of Lingjian's nutrients. He suddenly opened his eyes, and his dark green eyes flickered with a dim light. He stuck out his wet tongue and licked his lips, as if he had an endless aftertaste. In the small courtyard of Xiankong Island, in the profound artifact space. In his despair, Ruan Shichuan was struck into the ground by the lightning. It was unknown if he was still alive. In the distance, Yan Shushu's heart was also filled with despair. Under the pressure of Jing Yongye's every move, he no longer had the strength to fight back. He continuously begged for mercy. "Lord Yongye, I know I was wrong, and I truly regret it. Please spare my dog life." "Bah! Don't insult creatures like dogs." Jing Yongye spat disdainfully, and the power of his palm became even fiercer. He completely forced Yan Shushu to his death, and every move he made was with his full strength. Right, I'm not even as good as a dog. Your Excellency, killing me is too demeaning of your status. On account of our acquaintance, please spare me." With Yan Shushu's strength, if he had used all his strength, even if he couldn't defeat Jing Yongyi, he wouldn't have been defeated so quickly. But he knew that his defeat was certain, so he simply didn't have the heart to continue fighting. He wholeheartedly begged for mercy, so in a few moves, he had already fallen into a dead end, tears streaming down his old face. Hee, the human race's martial artists are indeed different from the rest. You've broadened my horizons. Haha. Ruo Xiang couldn't help but mock loudly, looking at the crowd with contempt. The water deity was also puzzled. The opponent obviously won't let him go. Why is he still begging for mercy? She asked. I can't answer Princess Water Fairy's question, Ruo Xiang said with a smile. This is probably an excellent quality that flows in the blood of human martial artists. When Yunxiao heard that, he turned around and said sarcastically, the people of my race are begging for mercy before they die. It's better than the people of the sea race activating the power of their bloodline before they die and turning back into beasts to self-destruct. Run Xiang angrily said. How can your clan's fear of death be compared to the fearlessness of my clan's warriors? Yunxiao snorted contemptuously and said slowly, in the face of death, one will rely on his own intelligence to survive, while the other will degenerate into a sea beast with no intelligence and self-destruct. Which do you think is stronger? This buy-in. Ruo Xiang was dumbfounded. They were clearly two completely different qualities. One was afraid of death and begging for mercy, while the other was brave and unafraid of sacrifice. But the comparison made by Yunxiao was completely different, and he could not refute it at once. The water deity was also stunned. She nodded gently and said, that sounds reasonable. Ruo Xiang's face darkened and he said coldly, Princess Water Deity, don't be fooled by this person. His mouth is unrivaled. If there were levels for mouth skills, this person would already be in the 10 Directions divine realm. Although those humans were also hostile to Ruo Xiang, they all felt that what he said made sense, and many of them nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the ground in the distance cracked open with a bang, and Ruan Shichuan crawled out with a dejected face. He knelt down on the spot and kowtowed. Lord Cloud Sky, please spare me. I'm willing to be your slave or maidservant. Please don't kill me. All the human warriors blushed. Yunxiao had just verbally disrespected them a little, but he was immediately embarrassed by this man. Even Dark North Kangtian couldn't help but scold angrily. Ruan Shichuan, some of your deaths are lighter than a feather, while some are heavier than Mount Tai. Are you still a martial emperor when you're so spineless? Don't insult the title of a martial sovereign of the 9 heavens. Ruan Shichuan looked at Baiming Kangtian, his eyes burning with anger. He gritted his teeth and roared, Dark North Kangtian, you old bastard. You didn't help me and even made sarcastic remarks. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Humph. Dark North Kangtian snorted coldly and said, saving a coward like you is simply dirtying my hands. If you don't save me, I'll die anyway, so I'll drag you down with me first. Ruan Shichuan furiously rushed up from the ground and roared as he rushed towards Baiming Kangtian. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. His face was almost deformed. Everyone was stunned for a moment. The one who wanted to kill him was Yunxiao. So why did his anger turn to Baiming Kangtian? This was truly a strange, incomprehensible, and crazy world. Dark North Kangtian was also infuriated. He roared in shock and anger. Bastard! I don't have any grudges with you. Ruan Shichuan's eyes were filled with derision as he laughed. Haha! No grudges? If you don't save me and just watch me get killed, I'll kill you. His aura instantly swelled to its peak as he pounced towards Dark North Kangtian, as if he wanted to take him down with him. Dark North Kangtian's face was filled with anger. A cold aura bloomed from his body. He slowly raised his right hand and struck out a palm strike. A bone-chilling palm print appeared in the air and slammed ruthlessly onto Ruan Shichuan's body. It was like a huge mountain pressing down on him, completely suppressing the monkey. Bang! Unlike Yunxiao's previous thunderbolt, this palm directly penetrated his body and shattered him into countless pieces in the air, turning him into countless ice cubes that fell to the ground. Humph! You really don't know your place. After Baiming Kangtian killed Ruan Shichuan with a single palm strike, the anger in his body slowly subsided, and his face was filled with contempt and disdain. Everyone also secretly shook their heads. A master of the Red Moon City of a generation had fallen just like that. Moreover, he had made a fool of himself before he died, which was a disgrace. Even Lechi felt embarrassed. He kept feeling that everyone was staring at him, and his face blushed unconsciously. Elder Kong Tian, Yunxiao suddenly said, Lord Ruan Shichuan of Red Moon City has no enmity with you. Why did you kill him? Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and their eyes flickered as they began to ponder the chill in Yunxiao's words. Dark North Kongtian's face also darkened. He said coldly, Li Yunxiao, what do you mean by that? Nothing, Yunxiao said with a faint smile. I don't mean anything. The Red Moon City and the Beiming Dark Palace were both part of the 7 superforces, one in the east and the other in the north. They could be considered allies. A 9 Heavens martial sovereign of the Red Moon City was in a fit of anger before his death, so it's normal for him to be muddle-headed. However, you killed him without even asking anything. I'm just afraid that this matter would affect Beiming Dark Palace badly. Everyone's heart trembled, and they thought, that's right, Ruan Shichuan had only gone mad before his death. This didn't warrant a death sentence, right? Yunxiao has a reason to kill him, but what right do you, an elder of Beiming Dark Palace, have to kill the people of Red Moon City? Dark North Kongtian's face fell. It was perfectly normal for him to kill Ruan Shichuan under such circumstances. But, after Yunxiao's analysis, it was true that he had made a mistake. This kind of matter could be big or small. If they seized this point and investigated it in depth, it would really be a big trouble that would affect the relationship between the two sects. Li Yunxiao, Beiming Lifeng also said angrily, don't you try to sow discord. My Beiming Dark Palace has always had a good relationship with the Red Moon City, and it's not something that can be easily broken by a few words from you. Good friends? Yunxiao laughed. Always good friends? Then why did you kill him? Everyone turned to look at Beiming Lifeng, all of them confused. That's right, since they've always been on good terms, why did she kill him? This Ing Luo, Beiming Lifeng's forehead was also covered in cold sweat, and he didn't know how to explain. He suddenly had an idea and said to Lechi, Lord Luqi, you saw what happened just now. Elder Kong Tian had no choice but to kill him. He was just going with the flow. Lechi's expression flickered, and he immediately became nervous. He was also resentful of Beiming Dark Palace for not helping him, but if he were to criticize them now, he was afraid that he would be in danger during the rest of the journey. However, his current attitude was equivalent to the attitude of the Red Moon City. If he didn't criticize them, wouldn't that mean that he had to bow down to Beiming Dark Palace and let Ruan Shichuan be killed for nothing? In fact, he didn't care about Ruan Shichuan's death. What he cared about was the Beiming Dark Palace's attitude towards them. He was afraid that he would become the second Ruan Shichuan. He thought for a while, rolled his eyes and said, I saw what happened just now clearly. As for whether it was right or wrong, it is difficult to judge for a while. I will definitely report it to Tang Qing when I go back. Beiming Lifeng's face darkened, and he secretly cursed the old fox. They all understood Lechi's meaning, which was to say that it was up to him to decide whether it was right or wrong, and that he would decide after he returned. Everyone on the scene was a sly old fox. Those itinerant martial artists were relatively innocent, but these experts in the sect were all scheming experts. They immediately understood Lechi's idea. Humph! Dark North Kongtian snorted and said, Then I'll have to trouble Lord Yuqi to explain the whole story to Tang Qing. I was indeed a little impulsive just now. Seeing that Beiming Kongtian had admitted his mistake, Lechi was secretly delighted, but he still put on a serious face and said, Don't worry. None of us are willing to let this happen. But it's already happened and there's no turning back. My condolences, everyone. Everyone also sighed and shook their heads, looking very sad. The water deity asked in confusion, Ruinxiang, why can't I understand what they're saying? It seems that they were all very sad about the death of that person just now, but it was precisely because they didn't save him that he died just now. So why are they sad? Everyone's faces turned red. This little girl was completely ignorant of the world's affairs, and her child's words carried no harm. She directly exposed their hypocrisy, and all of them lost face. Haha, this is the intelligence they claim to have. We don't understand it. Ruo Xiang couldn't help but laugh. Beiming Lifeng glared at him and explained in a gentle voice, Princess Water Fairy, don't listen to this demon's nonsense. This is the most basic etiquette of our human race. This is a form of respect and remembrance for the dead, or in other words, mourning. Yes, it's mourning. The rest of the warriors also chimed in. Young Master Lifeng is right. Lord Shiquan has unfortunately passed away. We must cheer up. The water deity was getting more and more confused. Her face was completely lost. But Xianxia, that man begged you to save him just now, but you didn't do it. She raised her hand and pointed at Yen Shushu, who was on the verge of death, and said, he's almost dead now. Are you guys going to mourn for him later? Everyone's mouth was wide open, not knowing how to answer. On the other hand, Ruo Xiang held his stomach and laughed endlessly, his eyes full of contempt and ridicule for everyone. Cough, cough. Yun Xiao also felt ashamed. He coughed a few times and said, he won't die. He shouted, Lord Yongya, please stop. We still have to hand him over to the Xiankong Island. On the other side, Jing Yongya's killing intent had risen, and Yen Shushu was already on the verge of death. After hearing Yun Xiao's words, a fierce look flashed across his face, and he pointed a finger directly at his opponent's lower abdomen. Bang! A muffled sound came from Yen Shushu's dantian. His entire sea of qi exploded, and his body let out a hissing sound as his yuan power was completely drained. Ah! Yen Shushu screamed in pain, his eyes full of despair. His martial arts foundation had been destroyed. He had turned from a martial emperor powerhouse into a cripple in an instant. He was even worse than an ordinary mortal. The physical and mental injuries overlapped, and he fainted instantly. Jing Yongya dragged him over like a dead dog and threw him at Yun Xiao's feet. Only then did he breathe a long sigh of relief. He felt much more relaxed now that he had avenged his great hatred. Li Yun Xiao, how dare you? Suddenly, a shout came from outside. A ray of light flew in. Zhao Wenjian appeared in front of him in an instant. His eyes flickered with boundless killing intent as he stared at him coldly. Everyone's hearts trembled, thinking that the main character had finally arrived. Beiming Lifeng was overjoyed. He hurriedly stepped forward and said, Mr. Wenjian, your beloved disciple was injured by Li Yun Xiao alone, and it has nothing to do with the rest of us. You can kill or hit me however you like. There's no need to give us face. Oh? Li Yun Xiao, what else do you have to say? Zhao Wenjian's body exploded with a murderous aura, and the surrounding temperature instantly dropped. Yun Xiao's pupils constricted as he said coldly, Your disciple was incited by someone, and that's why he offended me. Now, the instigator has been punished by me and is at Mr. Wenjian's disposal. If teacher is still not satisfied, then we can do whatever we want. Zhao Wenjian glanced at Yen Shushu, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, and laughed in disdain. Humph! Randomly getting a dead dog to report? How can there be such a good thing in this world? Yun Xiao crossed his arms and stood quietly in the sky as he said, I've already told you, you can do whatever you want. He had a fearless and indifferent look, which made Zhao Wenjian fly into a rage. He gritted his teeth and said, Good! I'll return the favor you did to my beloved disciple. Zhao Wenjian's aura turned cold and he said in a cold voice, Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Since we're both 9th-tier alchemists, as long as you can beat me in soul power, I'll let this matter go. Otherwise, humph. Yun Xiao still looked indifferent, but his eyes grew colder as he snorted and said, Please! With this declaration of war, the atmosphere between the two of them instantly became extremely abnormal. Other than the extreme cold, the space began to twist and twist like a fried dough twist. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they all retreated, afraid of being drawn into it. Both Beiming Lifeng and Ruan Xiang grew nervous, staring at their every move, hoping that Yun Xiao would be cut into pieces. However, the two of them didn't move at all. They maintained a fixed distance from each other, but the space around them kept changing, twisting into various shapes, which made everyone dumbfounded. Sky Feather Wind Chant. Zhao Wenjian was the first to move. His hands formed a seal and he shouted. The space around him suddenly tightened, as if it was being suppressed by something, and then exploded with a bang, sending out countless feather-like spiritual attacks that drifted toward Yunxiao like snow. Good. That's the true Sky Feather Wind Chant. Your disciple's display is just dog shit. Yunxiao praised as he immediately made a hand seal. An invisible force rippled out from his body like a layer of water film, sticking to his skin lightly. The feathers that filled the sky fell one by one and directly stuck to the water film. They were blocked the moment they stabbed into his body, unable to hurt him. In an instant, Yunxiao's entire body was covered with white feathers, making him look like a big white goose. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Zhao Wenjian's mouth and he said, "If that's all you have, then everything is over." Yunxiao's face flickered, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Zhao Wenjian's hand seals changed, and he said in a cold voice, "Explode!" Boom! The space shook violently, but there were no elemental energy fluctuations. Instead, an extremely powerful spiritual impact spread in the air. The white feathers that were manifested from soul power all exploded at this moment, turning into spiritual vortexes. Not only did they bombard in all directions, but they also fused together and grew larger and larger. Ah! Yunxiao let out a miserable cry as he fell directly into the huge mental vortex. His body twisted and turned as the space changed, and he held his head with both hands as he screamed with all his strength, blood oozing out of his 7 orifices. Biming Lifeng and Runxiang were both overjoyed, unable to suppress the excitement in their hearts. Ruo Xiang even conjured the eye of the true dragon and looked over. Sure enough, Yunxiao was at a disadvantage, and everything he saw was real. He could not help but laugh out loud. The battle between alchemists was extremely dangerous, even more so than the martial arts of warriors. A single mistake could lead to the loss of one's spiritual altar, and in the worst-case scenario, one's soul would be injured or one's memory would be lost, turning one into a complete fool. "Ha ha! It's nothing," Zhao Wenjian sneered. "This is the outcome of you hurting my disciple. I'll punish you." A cold glint flashed in his eyes. He recalled what the first island master had said. It seemed that this person was still useful and could not be killed. Humph! He snorted coldly and said, "This time we'll stop here. If there's a next time, I'll kill you without mercy." With a point of his finger, the mental vortex immediately disappeared, and Yunxiao's constantly twisting body finally returned to its original state. He lay quietly in the void, motionless. From a distance, his face was pale, and blood was oozing out of his pores. Biming Lifeng suddenly shouted, "Mr. Wenjian, there's no need to show mercy. There's no need to give us face. Just kill him." Dark North Kangtian frowned and revealed an unhappy expression. He stared at Zhao Wenjian vigilantly. If Zhao Wenjian dared to kill him, he would definitely save him. Zhao Wenjian ignored the crowd and just said coldly to Yunxiao, "Get up. Don't play dead. That attack just now only severely injured your soul. It's not enough to kill you." He waited quietly for a while, but when he saw Yunxiao still hovering there motionlessly, he frowned and his eyes flickered with confusion. He took a step forward carefully and slowly, because a duel between alchemists was too risky, and any negligence could be fatal. The doubt in his eyes grew deeper and deeper. He kept feeling that something was wrong. "Ah!" Zhao Wenjian suddenly cried out as he looked at Yunxiao, who was floating in the air, in horror. That was not Yunxiao, but himself, lying quietly in the sky, bleeding from all 7 apertures. How did this happen? All of a sudden, Zhao Wenjian felt the world spin. He, who had been quietly floating in the air, slowly stood up, his face equally terrified. His body trembled violently as he knew that he had been hit. He was a 9th-tier alchemist, so how could he be hit by someone's mental power without being aware of it? But the truth was right in front of him, and he had to believe it. Fortunately, Zhao Wenjian's mental fortitude was strong enough. He instantly woke up and quickly formed a seal with both hands. An imprint slowly rose in his hands and he roared, "Break!" An extremely powerful force rippled out from his body, and the surrounding space kept changing as if it had been washed by heavy rain. An intense pain came from his head, and the illusion was broken. He returned to his real state, and as expected, he was bleeding from all 7 holes and his face was pale. His face turned ashen, and his body trembled violently. He felt a lingering fear in his heart. If I didn't show mercy just now, I'm afraid I would have been completely killed by my ultimate move. To be kind to others, to be kind to yourself. What's going on? Everyone was shocked and looked over in horror. To their dismay, they found that the battle between alchemists was so strange that they could not understand it at all. Ruo Xiang's face also changed in horror. He had clearly seen Yunxiao injured with his true dragon's eye just now. So how did it become Zhao Wenjian? Could Yunxiao's illusion fool his true dragon's eye? He turned his head and looked at the water deity. Princess Shui Xian, did you see clearly? The water deity's cold face also showed a trace of doubt, and she asked suspiciously, "Just now, there seemed to be a scarlet eye in the void that glared at me. My vision was blocked by an invisible force and I couldn't see the truth." Ruo Xiang sucked in a breath of cold air, and huge waves were set off in his heart. The bloodline of the Ocean Emperor Bo's family was born with the ability of extreme eyes, which could break through all illusionary techniques, just like their true dragon's eye. His true dragon's eye was not perfect. After all, his strength was far inferior to that of a true dragon. But water deity's extreme eye was completely inherited, and yet she could not see through Yunxiao's illusion? How was this possible? Ruo Xiang's face was pale as he gently shook his head and thought, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. There must be some key point." Zhao Wenjian only felt his entire body turn cold, and his clothes were completely soaked. How could he dare to attack again? He hurriedly said, "Lord Yunxiao, I admit defeat. Thank you for your mercy, sir." What? Li Yunxiao won again. Those cultivators were stunned, as if they were somewhat dissatisfied. Didn't this guy say he was a 9th-tier alchemist? Are you a liar? That's right. No matter how powerful Li Yunxiao is, he's still too young. It's impossible for him to be so abnormal in both martial arts and sorcery. Yes, there must be a reason behind this. Everyone nodded in agreement. Biming Lifeng's heart went cold. He had been overjoyed twice for nothing. Not only that, but he was also more and more afraid of Yunxiao's strength. He felt that the delicate back standing in front of him was no longer a mountain, but a sea of stars. He suddenly quivered and recovered from the fear in his heart. His face was even paler than Zhao Wenjian's. The space gradually twisted, and countless fluorescent lights gathered from all directions, directly condensing into Yunxiao's true body. His face was cold and pale, and it was clear that the battle just now had not been easy. Water deity looked at Yunxiao and suddenly said, Why did your pupils shrink just now?" Yunxiao's body trembled, and his pupils suddenly shrank. An extremely fierce cold air shot down as he stared at Water Fairy, interrupting her. The water deity's body trembled. Under that gaze, she actually felt a trace of fear and her heart was filled with shock. She had the supreme bloodline of the Bo family, so she was born with no knowledge of fear. There was nothing in this world that could make her feel fear, but in that moment just now, it was the first time in her life that she had truly felt fear. What's going on? After the fear, water deity's heart rippled, and she fell into a huge question mark. She was in a daze at the side. Only then did Yunxiao look away from Water Fairy and thought, "Water Fairy, you're too weak. This girl has indeed inherited the Bo family's bloodline and has the eyes of truth that can see through everything. She's born to be my Moon Eye's nemesis." When Zhao Wenjian saw Yunxiao appear, he hurried forward, bowed and said, "Thank you, Lord Yunxiao, for not killing me." "No need to thank me," Yunxiao said coldly. "You should thank yourself for not killing me." Zhao Wenjian's entire body trembled. Fortunately, the first island lord had kept this person behind. Otherwise, he would have been beyond redemption. The entire spatial mystic artifact fell into an unusual silence. The ground was a mess of flesh and blood. It was a terrible sight. Zhao Wenjuan quickly composed himself and smiled apologetically. My lords, you have just arrived on the island and caused an unpleasant incident. This one has really neglected his duty. I hope you can forgive me. He started to beg for forgiveness with a very sincere attitude. Everyone politely greeted him. After all, he was a high-grade alchemist, and it was impossible for him to be so polite to him on the heavenly martial continent. Xianxia flew down from the sky and slowly stepped on the ground as he said indifferently, It's fine. It's all thanks to your disciple that I was able to conveniently take care of those two people who I didn't like. Your disciple has done well. Cold sweat broke out on everyone's foreheads. He said it so blatantly, and he really didn't put the Red Moon City and beaming Dark Palace in his eyes. Feeling everyone's scrutinizing eyes, Lechi's face was burning, and he felt as if there was a thorn on his back. He wished he could hide in a hole. Zhao Wenjuan was also stunned. He wiped his cold sweat and did not know how to continue. He could only smile awkwardly and say, Lord Cloud Sky, seeing this place, will arrange to stay in this spatial profound artifact for a month on the island. Are you satisfied? He began to change the topic and introduced the spatial profound artifact. Every room was filled with a large number of cultivation resources. They were all yuan crystals fished up from the bottom of the sea, which were more precious than yuan stones. The itinerant martial artists were overjoyed when they saw this and couldn't help but start to put them into their storage bags in large quantities. Zhao Wenjuan was stunned. Everyone, this is a P54. Those itinerant martial artists all revealed roguish expressions and said, Hee, we won't use that much in a month, so we're planning to pack it up and bring it back. Zhao Wenjuan, Xianxia, that's right, I forgot. You all are from Beiming Dark Palace? Beiming Lifeng hurriedly shook his head. They have nothing to do with us. Although we're going the same way, we're in two groups. Two groups? Two groups of people? Isn't it a little too unkind for young Master Lifeng to say such things? That's right, we've been through life and death together. Now, we've only taken a few origin crystals and there are two groups of people. That's so disappointing. You called me Little Tion before you went out to sea, and now you're calling me Madame Nyo. Beiming Lifeng's face was filled with embarrassment, and when he saw the strange look in the water deity's eyes, he finally couldn't help but shout, If you don't want to die, shut up. He roared in anger, and as expected, it worked. These rogue cultivators only wanted to take some money, and none of them really wanted to offend the Beiming family. All of them lowered their heads and collected the origin crystals, no longer saying anything. Zhao Wenjuan laughed. Your sex experts are indeed very humorous. Beiming Lifeng's face darkened, turning red as he emphasized, I said there are two groups of people. All right, no need to explain. Zhao Wenjuan directly interrupted and turned to the water deity and the others. Princess Water Fairy, your status is too noble. I have already prepared the best room for you. Also, let's bring Sir Ruo Xiang and Sir Fei Ming along. After all, the Xiankong Island is a force of the Eastern Sea and is under the command of the Eastern Sea Lord. Ruo Xiang looked at the water deity with a pleading look. The water deity thought for a moment, then turned to Xianxia, pointed at him and said, No, I want to live with him. Voila! The crowd burst into an uproar, each and every one of them dumbstruck. Even the martial artists who were fighting for origin crystals all stopped, their mouths wide open. They held the origin crystals in their hands and forgot to put them into their storage bags. Yunxiao's mouth was wide open, and his face was covered in cold sweat. Beiming Lifeng's face turned as red as a pig's liver, and his eyes burst with towering rage as he glared at Xianxia, his 10 fingernails digging into his flesh. Zhao Wenjuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said awkwardly, Princess Water Fairy, you're too bold. You have a noble status, and if anything happens to you, our Xiankong Island can't afford to take the responsibility. But Water Deity's face was still calm. She stared coldly at Xianxia and said, You've taken Mo Sha's life profound artifact. If you don't return it to me, I'll follow you. Phew! It was a false alarm. The crowd heaved a sigh of relief, patted their chests. and continued to fight for origin crystals. Baiming Lifeng was stunned for a moment before his expression returned to normal. He couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. He was shocked to find that he had completely fallen into a state of infatuation with the water deity. To a genius, this was a huge obstacle in his martial path. But how could a person control their feelings? He also realized that he was on the verge of perdition, but he could not hold on any longer. Baiming Lifeng's eyes were filled with infatuation. His greedy gaze fell on water deity, admiring her every move and smile. Dark North Kangtian saw all of his expressions, and he showed deep concern and worry. Yunxiao smiled slyly. "Didn't I tell you just now? Why should I care if you want to save Mo Sha?" he asked. "It was Ruinxiang who injured him. You have to find him." "Don't lie to me," the water deity said seriously. "I've been thinking about this for a long time, and there's a problem with it. The one who injured Mo Sha was Runxiang. But his life-profound weapon is in your hands, so he still has to find you to save Mo Sha." With an innocent face, Ruo Xiang cried, "Princess Shuixian, you've finally thought it through." A cold light flashed in the water deity's eyes, and she said, "Li Yunxiao, if you don't hand over the Black Flame Mountain, don't blame me for being impolite to you." Yunxiao rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "I can give you the Black Flame Mountain, but you have to give me something in exchange." The water deity frowned and asked, "What is it?" "I don't have many things on me." "I'm sure you have this thing with you?" Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "I'm sure you have it." His lecherous expression of sizing him up fell into everyone's eyes, and they suddenly had a bad feeling. Li Yunxiao. Baiming Lifeng was even more shocked and angry. "What kind of stupid idea are you thinking in your head? Get rid of it now." Ruo Xiang's face also turned cold as he shouted, "Li Yunxiao, if you had made that request, I would have killed you right now." The water deity was confused. "What request? How come you all seem to know his request, but I don't?" Everyone's faces were covered in sweat, and they could not explain it. But they all kept their eyes fixed on Yunxiao, fearing that he would say something outrageous. Yunxiao's eyes flickered as he stared at Water Fairy and said, "It's simple. It's your blood." "What?" Everyone's expression changed drastically. As if a thunderbolt had struck, each and every one of them was shaken until they were confused. This request was even more shocking than what they had expected, and all of them revealed extremely terrified expressions. Ruo Xiang also shouted in shock, "Li Yunxiao, you dare to covet the Sea Emperor's blood? No one in this world can save you. I've heard that so many times that my ears are getting calluses." Yunxiao sneered. "Can you change your sentence? Even if no one in the world can save me, what does it have to do with you? Why are you so excited? You should die. This is a great disrespect to Poseidon." Ruo Xiang's eyes were spitting fire. The Sea Emperor was one of the three people he admired the most, after all, and he could not tolerate anyone blaspheming him. "You know that he is only the Sea Emperor, not the human emperor," Yunxiao said contemptuously. "Did he respect me first? If not, then why should I respect him? If you want to gain the respect of others, you must first respect others. This is the simplest principle of being a human. You Poseidon don't understand this. Do you? Why you?" Ruo Xiang held his breath and couldn't say it out loud. He said angrily, "In short, this is a great crime worthy of death." The water deity's face also turned ugly. She gritted her teeth and said, "Father once said that the Bo family's bloodline is extremely noble, and no one in the world would dare to have any ideas about it. Otherwise, we would kill that person even if it meant going to heaven or hell." Yunxiao spread his hands and said helplessly, "Then there's no other way. Trading is about freedom. I like the Black Hot Mountain very much. I'm leaving." After he finished speaking, he completely ignored everyone's shocked expressions and directly headed towards a courtyard. The three marine race experts all had gloomy expressions. Faming said coldly, "This man is lawless. Why don't you let me find an opportunity to get rid of him and take back the Black Flame Mountain?" When the water deity saw Yunxiao disappear into the courtyard, she also wanted to follow him with a cold face. Shocked, Yun Xiang and the others hurriedly stopped her. Zhao Wenjian's forehead was also covered in cold sweat. If the water deity followed Yunxiao, something would happen to him, and Xiankong Island would really be finished. I see that although Mr. Mo Sha's injuries are serious, he's not dead yet. Why don't you let me try to treat him first? Yes, Mr. Wenjian is a 9th-tier alchemist. He must have a way. Are you? Xiang also hurriedly said. He was now extremely regretful that he had severely injured Mo Sha and caused so much trouble. All right, we'll do as you say, Mr. Wenjian, the water deity said after a slight hesitation. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief. Zhao Wenjian greeted everyone and left with the 3 marine race experts. The space within the profound artifact was extremely large, and almost everyone could be allocated a small courtyard. Very quickly, they all moved in. Liao Yongbing pondered for a while, then walked to Yunxiao's courtyard, condensed a message in a jade token, and sent it into it. After that, he settled down nearby. There were individual cultivation rooms in the courtyards. As soon as Yunxiao entered, he cast a few restrictive spells to isolate the entire secret room from the outside world. It was very likely that this kind of spatial mystic artifact had already been refined by Zhao Wenjian. As the owner of the spatial mystic artifact, Zhao Wenjian could sense every move inside. After doing all this, he flipped his hand and the black flame mountain appeared in his palm. It emitted a hot light and black flames. Suddenly, the flames condensed on the Montenegro and formed a beast's head. It was Mo Sha's appearance. He roared and rushed down. Yunxiao smiled faintly. It was just a trace of demonic sand divine sense left on black hot mountain, which drove the profound level weapon and the power of flames to attack. A mocking smile appeared on his face as he opened the immemorial heavenly eye between his brows and spat out a faint red flame. The beast head congealed from the black flames suddenly convulsed, revealing a frightened expression. It retreated backward without even thinking about attacking, and at the same time it drove the black flame mountain to bombard down. Bang! When the black flame mountain hit the divine flame, it immediately became several times bigger and filled up a small half of the space. It emitted a black light that constantly resisted the divine flame. The beast's head also flew directly into the mountain, and black flames surged out from the mountain, blocking the divine fire. Humph! It's indeed a profound level weapon refined by Tianhuan's Heizi. Yunxiao's eyes shone with great joy. Every 100,000 years, the sun would produce an extremely strong celestial phenomenon. In its extremely hot interior, a type of black particle would gradually condense, and an energy storm that could not be eliminated would be produced around each particle. As time passed, more and more black pieces appeared, and the number of storms increased. Finally, these black pieces and the storms gathered together, creating a strange phenomenon called the Big Dipper. Once the Big Dipper appeared, it would bring forth a destructive power that would impact the 4 poles of the universe, accompanied by a large number of flaming meteorites that fell into the heavenly martial arts realm. These meteorites would sometimes be mixed with those black particles. This kind of black particle did not have a degree of dissolution and was indestructible. Therefore, it was also the best material to refine fire attribute profound armaments. However, it was also because there was no such material as fire that the black particle had been regarded as useless for a long time, until the appearance of a genius alchemist, who believed that all things were born of the 5 elements, and that they were mutually reinforcing and restricting each other, and that there would never be anything that could not be fused with the 5 elements. In the end, he finally found a way to refine them, which was to use extremely strong wind elements to dissolve them. From then on, the black particle became a top-tier alchemy material. In his previous life, Yunxiao had been looking for black particles many times, trying to refine a magic cauldron. But now that he had the cauldron of mountain and river, he no longer needed it. This Tianhuan's Heizi mountain has enough weight. However, the level of this black flame is too low. If I were to fuse it with my divine flame, its power would be incomparable to before. Yunxiao raised the hammer high and smashed it down on the black flame mountain, sending bolts of lightning into it. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The mountain was not damaged by the lightning, but the demon San's divine sense was constantly struck by the lightning. Roar! A furious roar came from inside, and countless black flames gathered to form the head of a beast again, rushing out from inside. However, as soon as it appeared, the divine fire that was burning the Montenegro mountain rushed forward and extinguished the black flames like a basin of water. Ah! Mo Shah's spiritual sense let out a painful wail and finally disappeared. The divine flames did not extinguish the black flames. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the color of the flames had changed slightly. They had actually directly absorbed the black flames. At this moment, on the Xiankong Island, in an extremely luxurious residence, Zhao Wenjian was leading the 3 members of the sea race to settle down. Suddenly, Commander Mo Shah, who was being hugged by the golden-armored guards, let out a blood-curdling screech. His body stiffened, and his eyes directly protruded out. The few of them were shocked. Water deity was even more shocked. Mo Shah, what's wrong? A hoarse voice came from Mo Shah's throat. It was as if he wanted to say something, but he still could not hold on. He relaxed his strength and fainted again. Mr. Wenjian, what happened to Mo Shah? Water deity asked in a panic. Zhao Wenjian hurriedly sent his divine sense into Mo Shah's body. His expression became gloomy and uncertain. After a while, he retracted his divine sense and lowered his head in silence. Mr. Wenjian, what happened to him just now? Runxiang asked in a low voice. Zhao Wenjian hesitated for a moment before saying, if I'm not wrong, his natal mystic artifact has been refined by Yun Xiao, cutting off the little connection between him and the mystic artifact. That's why his mind has suffered a backlash. Damn that Li Yunxiao. The water deity's eyes flashed with a touch of coldness. Golden light shot out from her body, and her killing intent was aroused. This is actually not a bad thing, Zhao Wenjian said hurriedly. Without Li Yunxiao's interference in the process of treating him, it will be safer. Water deity's gaze was cold, and her face was filled with anger as she said, I'll leave it to you then. In a secret chamber in a small courtyard, Yun Xiao sat cross-legged in the air, constantly refining the Heizi mountain. What Yun Xiao wanted to do was to maximize the power of his divine flame with the help of Heizi mountain. After all, it had been nurtured in heavenly spirits for countless years, and it had a very strong amplification effect on flames. It seems that this Heizi mountain has been refined by Mo Shah for too long. After absorbing his black flames, I have a strong affinity with this treasure. This has saved me a lot of effort. Yun Xiao muttered to himself for a while, then changed his hand seal. A golden symbol flew out, enlarged in the air, and shot into the flames that filled the sky. The faint red flames became violent in the sky and shrank back into Mount Heizi. In the end, they all gathered together, and the color of the entire mountain turned from black to a faint red like flames. Yun Xiao's eyes were filled with surprise. Heizi's material was extremely hard, and nothing could hurt him except for his powerful wind element power, let alone change his color. And it's probably because the power of this flame is too strong that even Heizi can't quite withstand it. Yun Xiao pondered for a moment. Then a strong wind spun in his hand and whistled toward the top of Heizi mountain. The impenetrable Heizi mountain began to disintegrate under the spinning wind, turning into particles that burst out of the mountain. Those particles emitted a fiery red glow, and each of them contained an extremely strong flame. They were like thousands of fireflies dancing in the sky. Yun Xiao's face lit up with joy. He quickly performed incantation gestures in front of him, sending one incantation seal after another into it to slowly suppress the violent aura inside. After an unknown amount of time, the particle storm gradually calmed down and gathered toward the center. Pai Li Pa La. The sky was filled with the sound of tiny particles, which grew louder and louder. A black ball kept forming in the air, and finally turned into a small crocodile that was 3 feet long, lying quietly on the ground. Yun Xiao looked at it carefully. The crocodile maintained the color of Heizi, but under the perception of his divine sense. He found that the power of fire contained in it was so strong that even the probing divine sense was burned away. Hey, don't just lie there and not move. Come over here. Shut up. Yun Xiao scolded, his eyes flashing with a cold light. The crocodile opened its eyes, stretched its limbs lazily, and began to crawl toward him. Every step he took brought Yun Xiao great pressure, as if a mountain was pressing on his heart. The demonic dragon in his soul suddenly opened his eyes and said coldly, "This thing doesn't seem to be honest." "Stupid thing," Yun Xiao said sarcastically. "You think you can escape from me just because you got a little power?" His eyes turned cold as he stared at the unruly crocodile. The black crocodile stopped 3 feet away from him, closed its eyes and stopped moving. Yun Xiao stretched out his right hand, and the divine realm tablet slowly rose from the ground and held in his hand. Then he said to the crocodile, "Come in." The crocodile still did not move. The atmosphere between the two suddenly turned cold. Yun Xiao's eyes were as clear as water as he looked at the crocodile quietly, as if waiting for its reaction. This thing was an elemental spirit in the first place. It was a part of the ceiling formation in outer space and had existed for countless years. In the Battle of Songyue Yangqing, half of the complete immemorial astral wind spirit had been cut off by Ding Shan, and the other half, which had suffered a great drop in strength, had been carried by the Devil Master Di Jun. After Di Jun's death, he followed Yun Xiao in the dragon transformation pool in the burial land. During this period, it had been refined by Yun Xiao many times, and it had almost completely fused with the Phoenix Divine Flame, producing a new form and becoming one of Yun Xiao's ultimate killing moves, the Firestorm Wheels, whose power was not even inferior to a complete spirit transformation. But, as its strength continued to improve, its intelligence was slowly awakening, and it began to develop some self-resistance against Yun Xiao's random commands. Now that it had fused with the body made of Tianji Haizi and obtained more power, its resistance was becoming more and more obvious. The crocodile suddenly opened its eyes, and a fierce light burst out of them. It stared at the divine realm tablet, its eyes full of resistance and a trace of fear. Although it wasn't very intelligent, it understood that once it entered the divine realm tablet, its life and death would be no longer in its control. Yun Xiao's cold eyes narrowed, and a sunny smile appeared on his face as he said softly, "Be good. Come here." The crocodile's body trembled as it propped itself up on its short limbs and took a step back, staring vigilantly at Yun Xiao. His pitch-black body began to change, and balls of flames burned out of his body. In an instant, his entire body turned light red, and small balls of immemorial astral winds flew out from under his 4 limbs, as if he was stepping on the wind and clouds. Yun Xiao's face finally turned cold as he said, "Come in! Roar!" The crocodile roared loudly, and the fierce light in its eyes intensified. Its entire body rose into the air, and it instantly pounced. Yun Xiao's face flickered, and he thought to himself, "So fast!" His body instantly turned golden as he punched out with the Vajra fist. Boom! The fist radiance hit the crocodile's body, and a sharp pain came from his arm. The fist power of the imperishable golden body was directly broken by the impact. Seeing that it had succeeded, the crocodile's ferocity flared up. It roared and opened its mouth to bite down, trying to swallow Yun Xiao's entire body. "Bite your sister!" Yun Xiao roared as he picked up the hammer in his left hand and smashed it down. A bolt of lightning struck the man's mouth and into his body. Howl! An explosion came from the crocodile's body, and it closed its mouth in pain. Yun Xiao's eyes turned cold as he teleported right in front of it. In the next moment, he appeared at the top of the secret chamber. With a casual wave of his hand, more than 10 northern heaven-cold star swords shot down. Clang! 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 The swords were stuck on the sides of the crocodile, falling close to its body, like a prison that trapped it. Yun Xiao performed incantation gestures with both hands and cast out seals. An ocean of sword chi and a sword talisman emerged on the sword diagram, pressing down on the crocodile. The crocodile raised its head and howled loudly. Its pitch-black body began to turn red, and the terrifying power of flames shot out, trying to blast the sword picture away. Humph! Foolish! Yun Xiao snorted coldly as he changed the seal in his hand. The pattern of a true spirit fire phoenix emerged between his eyebrows, and an ancient cry came faintly. The flames on the crocodile's body suddenly condensed and pounced back out of its control, directly blasting into its black body, pressing it down and making it struggle with all its might. I'm only lending you the flame. Do you really think it's yours? With a sneer, Xianxia raised his hand, and the cold sword of ice appeared above his palm, which then turned into a beam of light and shot down. With a loud clang, the long sword struck the crocodile's constantly wagging tail. It sank into the ground and nailed the crocodile's entire body like a nail. There was a look of fear in the crocodile's eyes. Its tail had been pierced by a sharp sword, and it was trapped in a sword array. There was also a sword talisman on its body, and the flames in its body were destroying it uncontrollably. It suddenly panicked and opened its mouth to beg for mercy. What? Xianxia sneered. Are you convinced? The crocodile nodded repeatedly, its eyes full of pleading. Xianxia's eyes flickered. Without saying a word, he reached out and took back the cold sword, frost, and the many northern heaven cold star swords. The crocodile shook its tail a few times and stopped shaking. Suddenly, its figure flickered and disappeared from where it was, then reappeared on Xianxia's body at a speed that was hard to catch, roaring and biting at his neck. You're courting death. Die. Xianxia cried out coldly as he pointed his finger with a sword incantation, and a cold beam of light slashed out. Although Tianhuanhei's material was strong, the sharpness of the ice sword could break through almost everything. With one slash, it made an ear-piercing sound and directly split the crocodile into two. Roar! 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 The crocodile roared a few times as the power of the primordial astral wind whirled out and disintegrated its body, turning it into countless tiny black particles, each of which contained extremely high energy. Then they smashed toward Xianxia. A cold look appeared on Xianxia's face as his eyes suddenly turned blood-red and he opened the power of the moon pupil. A burst of spiritual power blasted out, and the whole space spun, changing the world in an instant. The countless particles hit nothing but air, and they could not find Xianxia. The countless particles instantly panicked and flew around aimlessly in the dark, endless space like a swarm of bees. Stupid thing. You've been following me for so long. Do you still not understand how powerful I am? Xianxia's voice came slowly, and a blood moon appeared in the sky. It opened like an eye and stared at the mass of particles full of violent power. The moment the particles saw the blood moon appear, they immediately flew over, wanting to bombard him. Not only did each particle carry the power of fire, but they also had the power of astral wind. They formed a particle storm and were extremely fast, almost as fast as the lightning escape technique. However, no matter how they rode the wind, the distance to the blood moon never changed, and they could never reach it. A sneer flickered in the moon-like eyes as Xianxia's voice came faintly. It's good that the violence and restlessness in your personality burst out now. I can suppress you completely and prevent any future troubles. The pupils of the blood moon narrowed, and tens of thousands of rays of light gathered around it. A strange golden mark appeared and directly fell from the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the mark swept through the particle storm. Every particle trembled violently under the power of the mark and finally condensed back into the form of a crocodile. All of the berserk energy and the golden sigil suddenly disappeared, and the crocodile's face turned dull, as if it had suddenly lost its spirit. In the end, it slowly closed its eyes and fell uncontrollably from the endless void. The moon pupil slowly closed, the world changed, and he returned to the secret room. Bang! The black crocodile's body fell to the ground, creating a huge pit. At this moment, a golden symbol was flashing continuously in its mind, as if it was imprinted in a formation. This was a kind of slave mark on the soul, which directly blasted into the spiritual altar and sea of consciousness. Once the thought of rebellion was born, it would be immediately suppressed. The demonic dragon's eyes were filled with pity as he said, I've finally forced you to use the slave imprint. This kind of mark will have no effect as long as it doesn't show any signs of betrayal, Xianxia said indifferently. Moreover, as long as I recover my strength to the peak of my previous life, I will remove it for him. At that time, I don't need to worry about his betrayal. Yes, the demon dragon nodded. I believe that even Ao Chongkong won't be a match for you when you recover to the peak of 9 stars martial sovereign. We don't have to wait too long for that day. I hope so, Yun Xiao said casually. With a flash of light between his eyebrows, he put the crocodile into the Divine Realm tablet. At this moment, the entire secret room was full of potholes, but it did not collapse. It was considered unusually strong. Are you really going to extract the Poseidon's blood from that girl? The demonic dragon asked in a deep voice. Yun Xiao's eyes narrowed, and his face changed slightly as he said slowly, "What do you think?" The demonic dragon was silent for a moment before he said, "The blood of the Sea Emperor is good, but have you forgotten what happened back then? At that time, you were 100 times stronger than you are now, but you almost lost your life on the East Sea. I'm afraid that if you touch that girl, you'll never be able to return to the continent." With his hands clasped behind his back, Yun Xiao was lost in thought as he paced back and forth in the secret chamber, his face constantly flashing with a struggling look. "You had a reason to get the Poseidon's blood back then," the demonic dragon said again. "But you don't have that reason anymore. I suggest you don't act rashly." Yun Xiao's pupils constricted, as if he had recalled something from the past. The doubts in his eyes were instantly swept away as he said firmly, "I also have a reason to seize the Poseidon's blood now. You did it to save people back then, but what about now?" The demonic dragon was stunned. "It's completely unnecessary if it's only to increase your strength. With your current state and cultivation speed, you'll be able to return to your peak in 10 years at most." A cold gleam flashed in Yun Xiao's eyes as he said, "My reason now is to kill." "Kill?" The demonic dragon's eyes were filled with confusion. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. His body trembled and he cried out, "Don't tell me it's because of Ing Luo? Not bad." The killing intent on Yun Xiao's face grew stronger and stronger as he said coldly, "Neptune's bloodline inheritance has the ability to see through all things, the Eye of Truth, which can see through all illusions. If I can obtain the Eye of Truth, then I'll have more than enough confidence to kill Tian Si." The demonic dragon fell silent. In this world, in terms of mental energy attacks and illusionary techniques, the only one who could cause this man to feel fear and dread was Tian Si, who had walked out of the depths of the world. On the other hand, Tian Si had killed 2 of his good friends in a row. This was already an irreconcilable enmity between them. Sooner or later, there would be a life and death battle between the 2 of them, and only one of them could survive. The secret chamber fell silent all of a sudden. Yun Xiao seemed to be lost in his memories, and the look on his face kept changing. "But with your current strength, snatching the Poseidon's blood will only lead to your death." The demonic dragon tried to stop him. Yun Xiao's eyes were also filled with struggle as he said in an irritated tone, "But if I don't take it from this girl now, should I wait until her bloodline power is complete, or go to the Ocean Emperor Palace to take it? Her bloodline is still far from the phenomenal success stage," the demon dragon said. "If it's not, you'll have to pay a huge price to nurture it. Why don't you wait until you've recovered the power of your previous life before looking for this girl? You were able to get her in your previous life, so now that you have so many trump cards, what do you have to be afraid of?" "It was a coincidence in my previous life," Yun Xiao said with a wry smile. "It's not like you don't know that. Even so, I almost lost my life. If I miss this opportunity, I'm afraid I'll miss it for the rest of my life." The demon dragon pondered and said, "That's right. That little girl seems to be looking for someone with fire-type magical powers. The person mentioned in Duanmu you use divination should be you, right? Perhaps this is a way to obtain the Poseidon's blood." Yun Xiao frowned and asked in confusion, "Let's not talk about what that girl wants the fire god art for. What do you think about divination? If he could predict what had already happened, I would still believe it, but to be able to predict something that has yet to happen, isn't that a little too incredible?" The demon dragon said, "This should not be a problem for you. The power of divination is just the power of the rules of this world. The past, present, and future are all within the flow of time. If Duanmu Yoyu can really enter the torrent of time, then it would not be surprising to see the past and the future. Yes, Yunxiao nodded and said, I follow the path of fate, but my fate is not in the hands of heaven. I'll think about the Ocean Emperor's bloodline for now and see why that little girl wants the divine flame. After making up his mind, he suddenly made a grabbing motion with his spiritual sense, and a jade token flew into his palm. It was the one that Liao Yongbing had used to send the message. He scanned it with his divine sense and found that 3 days had passed. Liao Yongbing actually recognized Zhao Wenjuan. This is interesting. The demon dragon and Yunxiao's souls merged into one, and they also received the information in the jade token. Zhao Wenjuan is a human, Yunxiao murmured. If he had gone to sea in his early years, he might have come from Haitian town. It's not surprising that Liao Yongbing recognized him. He pondered for a moment, then opened the door of the secret room and walked out. Yunxiao's divine sense swept through the space. Many warriors had entered seclusion, but there were only 20 or 30 of them, and the rest were no longer in the space. He then left the profound artifact space and started to wander around the Xiankong Island. The entire island was in the shape of a heart, and the rows of buildings were in the center of the island. It suddenly became lively, and people came and went, like a vegetable market. Young Master Yunxiao. Suddenly, a voice called out, and a ray of light flickered in space. Zhao Wenjuan immediately appeared in front of him, his eyes smiling. Young Master has come out of seclusion? I've just come out, and I've already run into you, Mr. Wenjuan, Yunxiao said with a smile. What a coincidence. Zhao Wenjuan's face turned red. He knew that the other party had seen through his surveillance, but he didn't mind. He casually said, Hee, the island is only the size of a palm. What's there to be coincidental about? On the other hand, young Master Yunxiao has been in seclusion for 3 days. I'm sure you've gained a lot, right? He blinked his eyes, as if he was implying something. Yunxiao laughed and said, It's all right. I wonder how Mo is doing now. Zhao Wenjuan smiled bitterly and said, Young Master Yunxiao sure is comfortable. He took away someone else's intrinsic mystic artifact. Mo's injuries had already stabilized, but he was still unconscious. The most fatal thing was that his cultivation had dropped by a few minor realms, and it would be difficult for him to make any further progress in the future. After Princess Water Fairy found out about the situation, she wanted to kill you several times, but we stopped her. Yunxiao sneered and said, Mr. Wenjuan, you'd better not stop her. Let that little girl come over. I can take her blood, and you know what I mean. Zhao Wenjuan was so scared that his entire body trembled. His face was pale as he said in horror, Young Master Yunxiao, don't you gossip. It's already a great sin for you to say that you want to take the Poseidon blood. If you continue to talk nonsense like this, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to walk out of this sea. Yunxiao smiled and changed the subject. Mr. Wenjuan is a member of my clan. Why would he stay on this unknown island? Zhao Wenjuan smiled and said, Everyone has their own path. It's hard to explain in a few words. I think it's better for me to bring young Master Yunxiao around the Xiankong Islands market. It only opens once every 5 years, and it's the rarest. Seeing that he was not willing to tell him, Yunxiao did not force him. He nodded and said, That's good too. I also want to know how this so-called dazzling treasure meet will turn out. Zhao Wenjuan laughed. The dazzling treasure meet is actually similar to the mainland's high-level auctions. Other than the Xiankong Island hosting and taking out some treasures, most people bring their own treasures to the auction. There were still 10 days before the grand meeting, and all the participants had spontaneously formed a market to conduct all kinds of private transactions. The ocean is rich in resources, but profound-level weapons are rare. Even a storage ring can be sold for a good price. Young Master Yunxiao, don't miss this opportunity to make a fortune. It's a pity that I'm poor, Yunxiao said indifferently. Why don't you give me a few profound-level weapons, Mr. Wenjuan, so I can make a fortune? Ha! Young Master Yunxiao, you must be joking, Zhao Wenjuan laughed. The two of them flew down from the sky and headed towards the bustling market. The size was similar to that of the human race's market, but the people who were communicating were strange-looking members of the sea race. Moreover, each of them was quite strong, and they faintly emitted a surging power. The two humans also attracted the attention of the other sea race members. All of them had curious looks on their faces. Some of the sea race members had never been on the continent in their entire lives, so they had never seen humans. However, it was fortunate that many of the cultivators who had gone out to sea with them were also among them. These sea race people were more or less used to having humans in and out of the sea, and they slowly got used to it. "Hey, human. I have some good stuff here, so I'm here to take a look." A blue-colored muscular sea tribe member by the side of the road roared with a deep voice. His two orange-sized eyes were like beans that emitted a green light. He pointed at his stall, and seeing that he had attracted the attention of two people, he hurriedly picked up a watermelon-like crystal and held it in his hand. This is a 10,000-year-old green crystal melon. It contains the essence of the East Sea. If you practice water-type divine arts, it will have unexpected effects. The 10,000-year-old jade crystal melon was completely transparent, and it constantly reflected a jade-green light. It really looked like a watermelon, with a trace of essence chi flowing inside. Xianxia looked surprised as he said, "A crystal melon from an underwater spirit vein." He knew that there were some places in the four seas with extremely rich spiritual veins that could bear wild fruits like the fertile soil on the land, and at the bottom of the sea, crystal melons that were full of various energies could be formed by absorbing the chi of the spiritual veins. They were considered an extremely rare natural treasure. That's right, it's a 10,000-year-old herb. It contains the essence of the East Sea. When the Sea Clan man saw Xianxia's surprised look, his interest was piqued, and he began to explain, "There are no more than 10 watermelons in the entire Eastern Sea. It's the most precious treasure for water-type martial cultivators." Xianxia had never seen such a strange object before. After carefully observing it, he said, "This is my first time here. I wonder how I can trade for this." The sea tribe cultivator's bean-like eyes lit up and he said, "You're a human, right? The friendship between the two clans will last forever. If you give me a top 8th tier profound armament, then you can take it." Xianxia's forehead was covered in sweat as he thought to himself, "There are not many people among the sea race who are as eloquent as you. If this kind of thing was placed on the continent, it would definitely be worth the price of a 9th tier profound armament." However, it was his first time here and he was afraid of being scammed. Thus, he was more careful and looked at Zhao Wenjian. Zhao Wenjian had a smile on his face, and the light in his eyes flickered slightly. Xianxia immediately understood. He put away his curiosity and turned to leave. Hey, don't go. 8th tier middle-level profound armament will do. There's no need to use the top grade." When the seaman saw that Xianxia was not buying it, he immediately grew anxious and chased after him with the crystal melon in his arms. "This thing is indeed magical," Xianxia said with a smile. "But I'm not a water elemental cultivator, so it won't be of much use to me." The marine race expert's face revealed a look of disappointment as he hurriedly said, "This thing is definitely rare on your continent. You can take it back and sell it to water element warriors to make a lot of money." When he saw Xianxia still hesitating, he gritted his teeth and said, "8th tier initial level profound armament will do. As long as it's 8th tier, I'll sell it. The price will definitely not be lower than this." Xianxia looked at Zhao Wenjian again, and the oceanic species expert hurriedly glared at him and encouraged him, afraid that he would say something. Zhao Wenjian smiled slightly and did not say a word. "All right," Xianxia said. "I'll take this melon." The seaman was overjoyed, and as if he was afraid that Xianxia would go back on his words, he stuffed the crystal melon into his hand and said excitedly, "I hope to have a heavy attack type 8th tier profound armament." "Young Master Xianxia," Zhao Wenjian said, "the deal only requires an 8th tier mystic artifact. You can give it to me as you wish. Even an 8th ranked storage ring would meet the requirements." "You shut up." The marine race expert glared at him and raised his fist as he roared, "The rules of Xiankong Island state that no one is allowed to interrupt the trade." Zhao Wenjian said coldly, "When did I interrupt your transaction? I'm just reminding my friend that the bargaining chip is only an 8th tier initial level profound armament." Xianxia casually took out an 8th tier sword and handed it over. "I only have one long sword here, what do you think?" That marine race expert was currently glaring angrily at Zhao Wenjian, as if he wanted to remember his appearance and settle the score with him in the future. When he turned his head and saw that treasured sword, his eyes suddenly burst with green light. He snatched it over and said in wild joy, "8th tier middle level profound armament? Alright, deal." Although they were both 8th tier profound armaments, but elementary and middle tier were two different concepts, and the price difference was 108,000 miles. The marine race expert played with the sword excitedly for a while. After making sure that the sword was undamaged, he quickly put it away. His eyes revealed an extremely kind gaze as he pointed to his stall and said, "You too. Let's take a look. There are still many good things." At this time, the surrounding people also revealed envious and jealous expressions, and one after another shouted, "Human, come to my place. Come to my place and have a look," as if afraid that Xianxia would be robbed. The seaman dragged him to his stall and showed him the items one by one. Xianxia had already glanced through the goods in his stall. Although there were many precious items, they were not enough to catch his eyes. After all, these sea race people all wanted to exchange for profound level weapons. The profound level weapons he had were very limited, and he wanted to keep them to trade for more valuable things. The marine race man could not help but feel a little disappointed when he saw Xianxia shaking his head, but he was already very happy to be able to exchange for an 8th tier medium-grade mystic artifact. Xianxia and Zhao Wenjian strolled around slowly and exchanged for a lot of things in no time. The low-grade mystic artifacts they had on them were basically used up. Zhao Wenjian, on the other hand, rarely made a move. He had only purchased 2 marine products in total, and the prices were extremely low. Obviously, he had seen most of these sea creatures before, and they were not as fresh and surprising as Xianxiao's, so they were not worth much in his eyes. Xianxia passed by several stalls and stopped for a moment, his face changing constantly. In the end, he sighed and walked away. Zhao Wenjian found it funny and said, "Young Master Xianxia must be upset that he didn't bring more profound level weapons with him, right? Primordial stones are useless here, and even primordial cores are worthless. Only profound level weapons are the real currency." Xianxia shook his head with a wry smile. "Indeed, as a 9th tier alchemist, I've never even heard of many heavenly materials and earthly treasures. This is really an eye-opener for me. Fortunately, there's still time. I'll go back to the secret room and refine some more." He had already told Gu Yuexing to start refining 8th tier profound armaments in large batches. He had thrown all the materials he had on him into the furnace. The profound armaments that the Sea Tribe needed were almost all of the powerful attack type. It didn't matter if they were a little rough as long as they were of a higher tier. Zhao Wenjian laughed and said, "I've been at sea for a long time. I've become used to many things. For example, the green jade crystal melon, the morning dew, the silver flame, the 6-leaf ning bug, and so on that young Master Xianxia just bought. Although these are considered good existences on the sea, they cannot be considered top grade. But once we bring them back to the continent, these things will be even better than top grade raw materials," Xianxia said. He turned his eyes and suddenly saw half a big clamshell on a stall on the ground, with some bright beads inside. Xianxiao's pupils constricted. He hurried over, took one out, and carefully observed it in his palm. The sea race stall owner's heart was filled with joy. From far away, he could see that this human expert's skills were extraordinary. There were at least 10 8th tier profound armaments in his hands. He immediately stood up and introduced, "My lord, this thing is called the Moon Pearl of the East Sea. Although it's not a supreme treasure, it's still an extremely rare item in the East Sea. If you have these beads to accompany you during cultivation, you can calm your mind and focus, greatly improving your cultivation." It was indeed the Moon Pearl of the East Sea. Xianxia was overjoyed. There were 18 of them in that half of the clamshell. He had really searched high and low for them, but they had all come to him without any effort. He calmed himself down and said, "How do you want to trade this bead?" The marine race expert was also overjoyed. He said excitedly, "My lord, do you want one or a few?" "All of them," Xianxia said. "You want all of them?" The marine race expert was stunned. Zhao Wenjian was also somewhat shocked. Although these beads were not of much use, They were indeed precious items. A total of 18 beads was probably worth a lot. But every alchemist had their own ideas, so he did not ask too much. The Marine race member thought for a moment and said, "These beads are for the Merman race to trade. For every 3 of them, we will exchange for an 8th-tier profound armament." He looked at Xianxia nervously, fearing that the price he offered would cause the other party to feel disgusted. Xianxia gave a long sigh. He had caused a lot of trouble in Red Moon City for these beads, but he did not expect that he could trade one 8th-tier mystic artifact for 3. The seaman thought Xianxia was dissatisfied, so he said hurriedly, "Any 8th-tier profound armament, as long as it's 8th tier. If you can exchange for more, you can get it a little cheaper." "I'll trade them all," Xianxia said. "But since you don't have so many 8th-tier profound armaments, I will use a 9th-tier profound armament to exchange for all of your pearls. How about it?" "What?" The marine race expert was startled. He revealed a shocked expression and said, "What did you just say? 9th-tier profound armament? Do you really intend to use a 9th-tier profound armament to exchange for these beads?" His face was filled with shock, clearly not quite believing it. There were only a few 9th-tier alchemists in the entire 4 seas, and almost all 9th-tier mystic artifacts were collected and treasured by S-class forces, which were impossible to reveal to the outside world. The marine race expert's cry immediately drew the attention of the surrounding people. They were all shocked and gathered around. Xianxia frowned. He did not expect that the mention of a 9th-tier mystic artifact could cause such a big reaction. Zhao Wenjian's expression changed slightly. He transmitted, "Profound level weapons are rare among the sea race. A 9th-tier profound level weapon is enough to cause a sensation." He paused for a moment and continued, "Young Master Xianxia really intends to use a 9th-tier profound armament to exchange for these beads." He obviously didn't believe it, thinking that the value of these beads was not worth a 9th-tier profound armament. After all, it was very hard for 9th-tier alchemists to refine 9th-tier mystic artifacts. "Yes." Xianxia nodded and said, "These beads are of great use to me. Why are all these sea race people staring at me as if they want to eat me?" Zhao Wenjian laughed bitterly and stood out, shouting, "What are you all doing here? Don't tell me that you've forgotten the rules of Xiankong Island, that no one is allowed to interfere with an ongoing transaction in any form." The sea people seemed to be very afraid of the rules of Xiankong Island. After giving Xianxia and the stall owner a few more glances, they left one by one, but their eyes were always on them. The stall owner's expression was gloomy and uncertain. He lowered his voice and said, "This friend, do you really have a 9th-tier profound armament and you are willing to exchange?" Xianxia nodded. He had killed a lot of martial emperors and he did have a few of them on him, but they were all low-grade 9th-tier items for him, and he had planned to use them to exchange for money. A light flashed in his hand, and a short blade appeared. He handed it over. The stall owner took the knife with both hands in a panic. After a careful sweep of his spirit sense, he confirmed that it was a 9th-tier profound armament without a doubt. Although it was slightly damaged, it did not affect its use. As expected," he called out twice in a row, as if to prove that he was not dreaming. Then, with a wave of his hand, he immediately put away the short blade and handed the half-clamshell to Xianxia with both hands. Xianxia was also very happy. He put away all 18 Eastern Sea moon pearls, his face beaming with joy. After the transaction, the stall owner packed up all the goods on the ground. After bidding Xianxia farewell, he turned into a beam of light and fled into the distance without saying a word. "You don't have to be so cautious, do you?" Xianxia asked in surprise. Zhao Wenjian smiled bitterly. "You won't understand the significance of a 9th-tier mystic weapon to the sea race. A 9th-tier mystic weapon is enough to cause a large-scale fight among the sea race above A-class. I'm afraid that person just now is going to be troublesome, but since he dared to exchange with you, he probably has some skills." Sure enough, Xianxia soon found that many sea people were chasing in the direction where the stall owner had gone. "Unless it's at the treasure exhibition," Zhao Wenjian said. "Otherwise, young Master Xianxia shouldn't take out a 9th-tier mystic weapon." Xianxia smiled wryly. He did not know that much, and he did not have that many 8th-tier mystic artifacts with him. He was determined to get the 18 moon pearls of the East Sea. The appearance of a 9th-tier profound armament had caused quite a stir in the dark, but it quickly quieted down. After getting the bead, Xianxia was no longer in the mood to wander around. When he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a quarrel in the distance, and then he heard a familiar voice. Many members of the Sea Tribe gathered around. The two of them were also curious, so they looked at each other and followed. It turned out that a human and a member of the sea race had their eyes on some materials at the same time, which caused a dispute. The human was none other than Elder Yen of the Battle Blade team. Xianxia also found it strange. Elder Yen was a rigorous and tactful man, and he rarely had conflicts with others. Elder Yen was smoking his pipe and said, "These purple snow corals have already been reserved by me. You barging in. Do you even have the rules of the Xiankong Island in your eyes?" Xianxia laughed inwardly. Elder Yen is indeed an old fox. He did not mention himself in the dispute, but first brought up the rules of Xiankong Island to pressure the other party. The complexion of a completely white Sea Tribe warrior, whose meridians and bone armor could be seen through with a glance, changed on the spot. He sternly shouted, "I didn't break the rules. You're just looking at the purple snow coral. Can't I buy it? First come, first served. Do you want to go first or should I go first?" Elder Yen sneered. The marine raceman was obviously not as eloquent as Elder Yen, and he was immediately at a disadvantage. As he saw more and more people surrounding him, he said anxiously, "Anyway, I didn't break the rules. If you can buy the purple snow coral, I can also buy it. The one with the highest price will get it." "That's right. The one with the highest price will get it." The stall owner's eyes lit up and he hurriedly responded, "Both of you are right. There's no need to argue. How about this? Whoever offers the highest price will get it." The transparent Sea Tribe member was pleased with himself. He took out a piece of mud-like soil and held it in his hand. "I am willing to use 10 gene of seaborne soil and a 7th-tier profound level weapon to exchange for these purple snow corals." The stall owner's expression didn't change. It was obvious that he wasn't very satisfied with the two items. He turned to Elder Yen and said, "Human, what about you? If you can take out an 8th-tier middle-grade profound armament, this purple snow coral will be yours." Elder Yan's face was hidden in the smoke, and his expression could not be seen. But Xianxia saw it clearly, and he saw the bitter look on the man's face. Xianxia chuckled in his heart. Elder Yen was a poor cultivator, and his natal mystic artifact was only an 8th-tier medium-grade mystic artifact. How could he have anything to exchange for it? The stall owner seemed to have noticed his embarrassment and said unhappily, "So you're just a pauper. If you don't have money, then get lost. Why are you still arguing with others? You're wasting everyone's time." Elder Yen was embarrassed and angry. He blew out more smoke to hide his embarrassment. "TSK, he's really poor. I thought there would be a good show to watch. In a remote place like the heavenly Martial continent, what kind of treasure can we expect them to offer? Even if the richest of the humans were to come to the Eastern Sea, they would only be below average." The spectating marine race members also revealed disdainful expressions and began to disperse. All of them revealed looks of contempt. The transparent marine race expert revealed a proud expression. He took out another 7th-tier profound armament, a long spear, and handed it over. Xianxia's eyes fell on the purple snow coral in the stall, and his pupils constricted slightly. The so-called purple snow coral was actually similar to the origin crystals used by the Sea Tribe. It was also an item that stored origin power. The heavens created all things, the work of the gods, the magic was beyond the reach of human power. Although the purple snow coral was an existence that could store elemental energy, it was not dead. It was a living thing like ordinary corals and could move on its own at the bottom of the sea. The elemental energy in their bodies was not formed by nature, but was continuously absorbed by the heavens. The purple snow coral had an extremely sensitive sense of touch and preference for energy. It would automatically judge the level of its ability and selectively devour and store some powerful energy. After they died, the energy would be deposited and become an existence like origin crystals. However, the energy contained in any piece of purple snow coral was definitely much higher than that of origin crystals, which was also where their value lay. The purple snow coral in the stall of the sea tribe was half the height of a person. It was snow-white with some purple spots on it. It lay there quietly, and ordinary people couldn't detect the energy fluctuations inside. But Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. The power inside the purple snow coral gave him a very familiar feeling. Not only Yunxiao but Zhao Wenjian, as a 9th-tier alchemist, also felt that the purple snow coral was a little different from ordinary ones, and he looked surprised. Wait! I want this purple snow coral. Yunxiao finally stood up and walked to the stall, then reached out his hand and touched the coral. Stop! The transparent member of the sea tribe shouted angrily and glared. I've already bought it. Didn't you see? Young Master Yun. When Elder Yen saw who it was, he quickly dispelled the cloud and smoke on his body and saluted. He looked at the purple snow coral with some reluctance and said in a low voice, The power in this coral is not simple. It's definitely worth it to buy it. Yunxiao gave Elder Yen a surprised look. He did not know how the latter could sense it. He nodded slightly, then smiled at the transparent sea tribe member and said, I just heard you say that the highest bidder will get it. Is that true? The sea tribe member with a bright body said arrogantly, Of course. It's a business deal, of course. The one with the highest price will get it. Zhao Wenjian sighed, thinking that these people of the sea were indeed much worse than Yunxiao in intelligence. He continued to focus his attention on the purple snow coral and observed it carefully. That's right, Yunxiao said with a smile. I'll offer a higher price and it'll be mine. Ah? This Ing Luo, the transparent member of the sea tribe, was unable to react in time. He stood there in a daze. Yes, 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 the one with the highest price will get it. The one with the highest price will get it. The stall owner was overjoyed. He squinted his eyes and grinned from ear to ear. He praised, My lord, you have good eyes. This purple snow coral of mine is a fossil that has been around for hundreds of thousands of years. The energy it contains cannot be underestimated. Hundreds of thousands of years? Both Yunxiao and Zhao Wenjian were taken aback, and their eyes flickered with surprise. Hee. The stall owner touched the surface of the purple snow coral with his hand and pointed at some snowflake-like patterns on it. Look at these marks. They're all fossils that were buried deep in the ocean. From the marks on the surface of their bodies, I can determine that they're at least 300,000 years old. Elder Yen smoked his cigarette and said, However, the longer the time passes, the more the energy inside will be lost. Humph, you know nothing. Although there will be some loss, it's equivalent to a gamble, the stall owner said angrily. There might be an extremely terrifying power inside. I'll offer you an 8th-tier medium-grade mystic artifact, Yunxiao said. As soon as these words were spoken, the expression of the sea tribe member with a bright body suddenly changed, and a fierce light shot out from his eyes. What style is it? The stall owner's eyes lit up. Up to you, Yunxiao said. Follow me? The stall owner was confused. He didn't understand what he meant. The transparent marine race expert sneered. Although an 8th-tier intermediate-level profound armament is good, but if it's not suitable, what's the use of it? A light flashed in his hand, and a large blade appeared. He grabbed it in his hand and said, This initial 8th-rank silver wood knife and the ocean wave stone. The stall owner's eyes brightened, and he revealed a look of great joy. He stared at the silverwood saber, as if he couldn't bear to part with it. A peak 8th-tier mystic artifact, Yunxiao said. You can choose the style. You're so silly. What do you mean by, I can choose whatever style I want? The transparent sea tribe member said angrily. If you have the ability, take it out and let me see. Tell me what you want, Yunxiao said indifferently. As long as it's a peak 8th-tier mystic artifact, I can give it to you. The stall owner was confused, but he still said, It's best if it's a battle saber type. It's 3 feet long and 2 inches wide. It's of the gold element. What else? Yunxiao asked. No. The stall owner shook his head. As long as you can take out such a profound level weapon, This purple snow coral is yours. Xianxia nodded and stretched out his hand. A golden light flashed, and then a vast power surged out. The cauldron of mountain and river flew out of his palm and turned into the size of an ordinary copper furnace. It floated in the air. The golden light radiated with spiritual energy. The body of the cauldron was engraved with rivers, mountains, rivers, flowers, birds, and beasts. They were all very vivid and lifelike. Ah, this cauldron! Zhao Wenjian was shocked and looked at it in shock. He could tell at a glance that this cauldron was not an ordinary item. Not only was it a 9th-grade cauldron, but it was also not an ordinary 9th-grade cauldron. The vast cauldron energy that came down from above made his blood boil. The marine race members in the surroundings were also shocked. They had never seen such a treasure before. However, the large cauldron was not the type that they liked. Although they were shocked, they did not have any thoughts about it. Zhao Wenjian was different. He had a fanatical obsession with cauldron weapons. The moment the cauldron appeared, his eyes immediately lit up, and the shock in his heart was revealed on his face without any concealment. This is a Xianxia. All the members of the sea tribe were puzzled. The stall owner frowned and said, "This cauldron is good, but I won't trade it for the purple snow coral. I need a battle saber at the peak of the 8th rank." Yunxiao's face darkened as he cursed in his heart. This cauldron can be exchanged for 100 islands worth of purple snow coral, and you still refuse to exchange? I won't exchange even if you kill me. He couldn't be bothered with the marine race expert and simply took out some materials and threw them into the cauldron. The image of a phoenix flame flashed between his brows, and the entire cauldron immediately began to burn with a whooshing sound as it spun in the air. At this time, everyone finally understood that he was actually going to refine it on the spot. One by one, their mouths were wide open in shock and horror. Alchemists were 1 in a million among the sea race, and they had never seen anything like it with their own eyes. Their eyes widened, and they even forgot about their business as they all gathered around. On the other side of the island, Water Deity and Fei Ming were watching the performance of more than 10 members of the Sea Tribe. It was the fire element armament that she had found again. Run Xiang didn't have time to mess around with her. Only the pitiful Fei Ming didn't dare to resist her despotic power, and obediently followed her over to act as a hatchet man. Under the pressure of Fei Ming's might, the Sea Tribe's warriors all displayed their secret techniques. Water Deity's expression became uglier and uglier, especially after the last performance. Her eyes were as cold as water, flashing with a fierce look. Fei Ming could tell that she wasn't satisfied with just one look. He lowered his head and didn't dare to leave, waiting for orders. The last member of the Sea Tribe was obviously very satisfied with his performance. He said proudly, "Miss Water Deity, my 1,000 Flame Phoenix is a godly technique. In the world today, there is no fire-type sacred art that is better than mine. Are you satisfied?" The Water Deity's face turned even uglier. Just as she was about to flare up, she suddenly sensed something, which made her heart skip a beat. She was shocked and quickly turned her head to look in the direction of the market. Whoosh! She immediately turned into a ray of light and flew towards the market. Fei Ming was shocked and didn't know what was going on, but he still followed after him hurriedly. The dozen or so cultivators who were left behind looked at each other and frowned. One of them said, "What's with Miss Water Fairy's attitude?" He didn't even say he was satisfied or not, and he just left without expressing his attitude. Isn't that too rude? Manners? Didn't you see Miss Water Fairy's face? You're lucky that I didn't slap you to death. That's right. The strength of the Sea Tribe member beside her is too terrifying. Just the aura she released was enough to suffocate me. It's good that she's gone. I'll hurry back. Damn it, I used all my strength to cast the divine art. I thought I could get the beauty's favor, but I didn't even get a fart. How disappointing. Humph, you want to spy on Miss Water Fairy with that little strength of yours? Why don't you take a look at your own toad-like face? The last member of the Sea Tribe laughed maliciously. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he stared in the direction that Water Deity had flown in. He was deep in thought. What did you say, kid? I'm from the Sea Toad clan. Not a toad from the land. The sea toad expert shouted in anger. The lumps on his body exploded one by one, and a violent aura spread out, locking on to the sea race expert who had used the last magical ability. It was as if he was going to declare war. The Sea Clan member's face turned cold, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. He said coldly, "You're really blind. You actually dare to be rude to this lord." His eyes burst out with a cold intent, and a faint flame covered his body. Just his aura alone was enough to break the sea toad's pressure. Furthermore, this person's face began to change. His originally delicate and pretty face gradually turned into a triangular beast, revealing a cold and gloomy expression. "Arg! You're Luo." The sea toad's face suddenly contorted and changed shape, revealing a look of horror. The arrogance from before was gone, and he was so scared that he almost knelt down. So far, there were only 2 chapters left for those who had few chapters. Tomorrow would be the last day of October, and all 4 chapters would be completed. The mountains have no edges. The heaven and earth merge. The winter thunder bursts. The summer rain and snow. Only then do you dare to not mend the broken corners. The other 10 or so members of the Sea Tribe also changed their expressions, as if they had recognized this person's origin. They all retreated in horror, and one of the cultivators trembled and said, "Blood Snake, you're an A-class member of the Sea Race, a powerhouse of the Blood Snake race." The Marine race expert flicked out a black tongue. His eyes were filled with coldness and contempt as he mocked, "Ignorant fool! It's too late to know now." The flames on his body flashed, and an extremely gorgeous scarlet light streaked across the sky. Ah! Bang! The sea toad expert exploded like a flame, turning into countless flames that scattered in all directions before he was burned to ashes. The rest of the people were so scared that they stepped back and became extremely vigilant. "Humph!" The young man from the Blood Snake clan snorted coldly. His face returned to human form, revealing a ferocious expression. "Water deity, what a beautiful girl. You are mine." He no longer paid attention to the crowd. He immediately turned into a red light and chased in the direction of the market. The remaining members of the Sea Clan looked as if they had just survived a disaster. Their faces turned pale, and they quickly left this troublesome place. The water deity's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, she arrived at the city square. Her eyes kept looking around, as if she was trying to find a direction. She was extremely beautiful. The moment she appeared, she immediately attracted the attention of the crowd, causing a commotion. "It's over there!" She suddenly shouted and disappeared from where she was. Faming had just landed as well. He turned around and disappeared as well, following them. The faces of the Sea Clan members in the surroundings changed slightly. When the 2 of them had used their escape techniques, the power that had leaked out had made them all extremely frightened. Fortunately, he didn't have any ideas about that girl. The oceanic species experts who had such thoughts earlier broke out in cold sweat. They rejoiced in their hearts. The water deity appeared at the periphery of the group and flew up into the air. She immediately saw a beautiful scene. Her cold face was stunned and her thin lips were slightly open in shock. In the crowd, the cauldron of mountain and river shot out tens of thousands of rays of light. The mountains and rivers carved on it seemed to be flowing, and the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers spread out. It was as if it was a real world. A white-robed young man was dancing gracefully in front of the flowers and birds. Golden runes flew out from his graceful posture, like butterflies flying into the cauldron to pick the flowers. The light shone on his slightly young face. His features were well-defined, and his eyebrows were sharp. His fair face was solemn, and his water-like eyes were so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. If one looked carefully, one would see a vast sky and a vast sea, like the firmament and universe. Ah! The water deity could not help but be slightly shocked. Her blank face showed a trace of surprise, and a small emotion rippled in her heart. The golden light condensed between his fingers, and each of his moves was peerless. The water deity stared at the figure that was shuttling through the flowers and suddenly forgot the purpose of her visit. She was so obsessed with it. Yunxiao was using the Heaven Sutra illusionary waves technique, one of his best refining techniques. After his strength was restored to the level of a martial sovereign of the 9 heavens, he was even more skillful in using it, and every move was textbook-like. This set of incantation seals paid particular attention to the unconstrained style. Like an illusion or a dream, the incantation seals following the heart, refining the artifact with the heart. The layman was watching the show while Zhao Wenjian, an expert, was looking at the skill. At this moment, his heart could not be described as shocked. It had reached an indescribable level. Yunxiao's every move was as smooth as floating clouds and flowing water, in accordance with the heavenly Tao. Zhao Wenjian could feel an inexplicable force rippling out of each seal, stirring his soul power and making his blood boil. If you hear it in the morning, you can die in the evening. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he was touched by the scene in front of him. It was the Tao that every alchemist had been pursuing for a long time, and it was now in front of him. Bang! The whole refining process was extremely short. When Yunxiao's last incantation seal landed on the cauldron of mountain and river, a loud bang rang out and immediately pulled everyone's mind back from the shock. A ray of light shot out from the cauldron and into the sky. With a flash between Yunxiao's eyebrows, the cauldron of mountain and river retracted all its light. It spun and shrank, finally returning to his right hand. Everyone swallowed their saliva and raised their heads to look at the sky. The dazzling light stimulated everyone's eyes, and most of them had already seen clearly that the light was a golden saber. It gathered the power of wind and cloud in the sky and then fell rapidly. The air was split open with a hu-chi sound, and a golden light fell, stabbing into the ground, all the way to the hilt. There was not a single sound in the entire market. It was strangely quiet. The stall owner's eyes fell on the hilt of the saber, and his eyes gradually lit up. His body trembled with excitement as he said, This saber is for me?" "Yes." Yunxiao nodded and said, "The purple snow coral is mine now, right?" The stall owner suddenly swallowed his saliva and hurriedly picked up the purple snow coral. He handed it over with both hands and respectfully said, "Master!" Yunxiao smiled and put away the coral. Zhao Wenjian also came back to his senses from the shock. He gave Yunxiao a complicated look, and then his eyes fell on the coral, unable to calm down for a long time. The transparent Sea Tribe member did not say a word, not only because he could not offer anything better than a peak 8th tier mystic artifact, but also because Yunxiao was an alchemist who had a very high status among the Sea Tribe and was admired by tens of thousands of people. The stall owner held the hilt of the knife with both hands and pulled it out with excitement. A cold light broke through the ground, and the sharp chi on the saber broke through the air, scaring the person in front of him to dodge hurriedly. Ha 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 ha! The stall owner fiddled with the knife and was so excited that he could not put it down while he kept thanking Yunxiao. "Young Master Yunxiao's tool refining skills are marvelous," Zhao Wenjian said. "When Zhan's horizons have been broadened, and I'm convinced, even the art of alchemy is divided into too many categories," Yunxiao said with a smile. "I'm just focusing on refining artifacts." Zhao Wenjian was silent. He knew that the other party was being modest. That kind of godly technique was not something that could be explained by focusing on one Tao. It was the understanding of the Tao between heaven and earth. It was strong and had been tempered. He was also extremely puzzled. How could such a young man have such amazing skills? With his divine sense, he could also be 100% sure that the person in front of him was not possessed by an expert, but his original body. Elder Yen also came forward. "Young Master Yun, you've shown me a godly skill. I've been enlightened. Congratulations on obtaining the purple snow coral, young Master Yun." "Mr. Wenjian," Yunxiao said, "I don't have anything I can use to trade with you. I'd better go back and refine a few items before I go shopping." Zhao Wenjian also knew that he wanted to study the purple snow coral. He smiled and said, "That's good. Young Master Yunxiao can refine a 9th tier profound armament to participate in the treasure exhibition in 10 days. There will definitely be something that young Master will be interested in." "You can't leave." Yunxiao was about to leave when a crisp voice suddenly came from behind him. Xiao turned around. In the gradually dispersing crowd, Water Fairy appeared in front of everyone in her white embroidered dress. Her eyes, which had always been as calm as an ancient well, were rippling, and she looked very nervous. Due to the water deity's appearance, her unparalleled beauty also attracted everyone's attention. They all stopped and were unwilling to leave, revealing a look of surprise. Is there something? Xiao could see her nervous look, and he did not find it funny. You're the one I'm looking for? The water deity said, grabbing the corner of her clothes. The power of the fire just now was very strong. I'm just a famous alchemist, Xiao said with a smile. Every alchemist can control some powerful flames. Mr. Wenjian's fire god art might not be weaker than mine. The water deity shook her head and said seriously, I've seen Mr. Wenjian's fire before. It's still far from yours. After so many years, you're the only one who can trigger a reaction from my body. The inner body? What do you mean? Xiao asked, puzzled. What do you mean, Princess Water Fairy? Miss Water Deity. Don't be deceived by this person. Water Deity was about to answer when a shout suddenly came from the sky. A pale-faced man came down from the sky, staring at Xiao with a venomous look in his eyes, like a venomous snake that was about to hurt someone at any time. It was the man from the blood snake tribe. He said sarcastically with a cold expression. Some people don't have much ability and only know how to deceive little girls. He gave Xiao a look and was taken aback. Puny human? Ha ha ha. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. He laughed so hard that he was swaying from side to side. Ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Miss Water Deity, the person you're looking for, could it be this lowly human? Ha 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 Luo. A cold look flashed across Xiao's face as he said, It's human. Please remove the words lowly and lowly. H. Lowly is lowly. The blood snake tribe man said sarcastically. You're afraid of people talking about it? Water Deity furrowed her brows. She did not know why, but she suddenly felt that this man was especially annoying. She hated him so much that she wanted to kill him. She had never felt this way before. Fei Ming's lips also curled into a faint smile. He knew that the blood snake tribe man was done for when he saw his death-seeking expression. The blood snake tribesman walked in front of the water deity and shouted, Miss Water Fairy, I am from the A-class C clan, the genius of the blood snake clan. No one in the 4 seas who can control fire is stronger than me. I must be the person you are looking for. Please believe in my judgment, he said confidently. Only I, who is powerful, can protect you well. The water deity's face was getting uglier and uglier, and the disgust in her heart was slowly building up, ready to explode at any time. Fei Ming could not help but mock. Really? Lord Bloodsnake, I just saw that the flames that the human used were also very powerful. If you want to prove yourself, shouldn't you do something? A bright gleam flashed across the blood snake tribe man's face, and then he turned and walked toward Xiao with a look of understanding. Xiao looked at Fei Ming coldly and gave him the middle finger in disdain. The man from the blood snake tribe stared at Xiao contemptuously and said coldly, I don't care who you are. I'll give you 3 seconds to disappear from my sight. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Xiao suddenly felt that he did not know what to say. He had always been eloquent, but he did not expect that there would be a time when he could use sign language. Mr. Wenjian, did the Xiankong Islands rules state that we are not allowed to kill this stupid bird? He asked. Zhao Wenjian revealed a smile. This is a little troublesome. Fighting is indeed not allowed in the city square. The blood snake tribe man said coldly, You want to use the rules to save your life? I don't believe that you'll stay in the market city for the rest of your life. As long as you take 1 step away, you'll die. Zhao Wenjian thought for a while and said, The rules of Xiankong Island state that no one is allowed to cause trouble or fight in the market. However, both of you are fire-type sacred arts cultivators. How about this? The 2 of you will compete in your fire-type sacred arts. If you accidentally kill or injure someone, then there's nothing we can do. Good. This is a brilliant plan. The blood snake tribe man laughed. Miss Waterfairy is also looking for a fire-type divine power martial artist. Our blood snake tribe is a natural fire-type expert. His body began to shapeshift, doubling in size. A demonic flame began to burn within his body, and his entire body was enveloped in a blood-red flame. His eyes were cold and vicious. Seeing that there was a show to watch, all the sea tribes gathered around. Many of them recognized the identity of the man from the blood snake tribe and exclaimed in surprise. "Brother Wenjian," Xianxia said, "are you sure it's okay to kill by mistake in a competition of fire element divine abilities?" "It's all right," Zhao Wenjian said. Xianxia nodded, then raised his hand. With a bang, a pale red flame appeared on his index finger, transparent and bright. Zhao Wenjian's pupils constricted. The power of the flame in Yunxiao's hand was beyond his imagination. He had been so shocked by the cauldron of mountain and river that he had not observed it carefully. But now, he found that the flame was no less precious than the cauldron. Water deity's eyes also flickered with light. Her gaze immediately focused, and the throbbing in her body became stronger and stronger. She was now 100% sure that Yunxiao was the person she was looking for. Ah! This Xianxia, the man from the blood snake tribe, was also a fire element expert, so he could immediately sense that the flame was extremely unusual. His innate magical power began to tremble under the light of the flame. An uncontrollable fear and trembling spread in his heart. The blood snake tribesman's face turned pale. He immediately understood that he had kicked an iron plate. He screamed in fear and immediately jumped up, trying to escape. "Firestorm wheels!" A cold voice rang out. The small cluster of flame was blown away by a whirlwind on Yunxiao's fingertip, immediately turning into the size of a millstone and shooting out. Bang! The spinning flame caught up to the blood snake tribesman and exploded on his body, causing a dazzling flower to bloom in the air. Ah! After a scream of horror, the flames scattered in the air. There was no one inside, only some black powder that was blown away by the wind. The man from the blood snake tribe disappeared from the world forever, leaving no trace behind. Ah! The surrounding spectators' mouths were wide open, and they were all stunned. They thought that there would be a good show to watch, but who knew that it would be an instant kill of Yingying. Everyone looked at Yunxiao with fear in their eyes. Some people had seen his generosity before, and he was also an alchemist, so many people had made plans in their hearts. But now, no one dared to have any ill intentions. The water deity's face turned a little red as she stepped forward and said, "Li Yunxiao, you're the person I'm looking for. I'm 100% sure." "I'm sorry." Yunxiao's eyes narrowed as he snorted. "I'm not interested in being found by you. You're so silly." The water deity was stunned for a moment. The people she had been looking for had tried every possible way to show off in front of her, hoping to be chosen by her. But the person who had really been chosen was so disdainful of her. She didn't know what to do all of a sudden. She stomped her feet anxiously and shouted, "Stop!" "What?" Yunxiao sneered. "You want to hit me? Killing is forbidden in this city square, and Lord Wenjian is here. Do you want to break the rules?" Cold sweat broke out on Zhao Wenjian's forehead. Within the 4 seas, whose rules dared to control the daughter of the Sea Emperor? He hurriedly cupped his fists. "Young Master Yunxiao, Princess Water Deity, I suddenly remembered that I have something important to do. I'll take my leave first." He immediately turned into a ray of light and disappeared from the market. Yunxiao was stunned for a moment, and then his face darkened. This Zhao Wenjian was too slippery. Water Deity's gaze flickered, and there were ripples in her eyes as she walked towards him. "Oh right. I also suddenly remembered that I have something very important to do. I'll take my leave first." A smile appeared at the corner of Yunxiao's mouth. The space around him flickered as he teleported and disappeared from where he was. "Ah, Li Yunxiao, you're so annoying." The water deity's face was filled with anger. She kept waving her fists and stomping her feet, cursing, "I'll definitely find you and give you a good beating." She didn't know how to scold people, and the only words she would say were beat him up, kill him, and so on. But Yunxiao had long disappeared, so she could not hear him no matter how much she scolded him. The water deity also realized this point and had nowhere to vent her anger. She stared coldly at Fei Ming, who was behind her, and said, "Why didn't you stop him from escaping?" "I, Princess Xianxia, didn't say anything about this." A chill ran down Fei Ming's spine. He felt water deity's cold gaze, and a bad feeling spread in his heart. The water deity said coldly, "Do I need to say that? I did everything I could to find him, and now that I've finally found him, you've escaped. You've committed a capital crime." "Ah!" Fei Ming was dumbfounded. He didn't do anything, and he was sentenced to death. The water deity snorted. "At this moment, Sha is seriously injured. I don't have any guards by my side. Your death sentence will be put on hold for now. You can die in the future." Fei Ming felt that he was more wronged than Do-yi, so he lowered his head and didn't dare to say anything. The water deity continued, "I'm not in a good mood now. Come with me. Let me beat you up first. You're not allowed to fight back, and you're not allowed to use your elemental energy to block." Fei Ming, hee. The two figures then flew toward the sea. Soon, the shocking sound of waves and Fei Ming's constant wailing could be heard. After Yunxiao teleported away from the market, he did not return to the profound artifact space, for fear that the water deity would come to him. There were many residences on the Xiankong Island, and most of them were prepared for the dazzling treasure meet. He simply found a secret room and went into seclusion. At the same time, he set up a barrier in the secret room to isolate himself from any detection. Then, he immediately took out the purple snow coral and examined it. He also knew a thing or two about the purple snow coral. If this fossil was from 500,000 years ago, the power inside should have been lost a lot. But why did it still cause a pulse of power in his body? Yunxiao first examined the surface of the coral, then took out his frost sword and gently cut it open. With a creak, the coral shattered under the sword chi, and a pale yellow light slowly seeped out. It actually dispelled the cold chi of the cold sword, warming up the surroundings. Yunxiao's face changed drastically as he said in horror, "It's indeed the spiritual energy." As soon as the purple snow coral was broken, the spiritual energy directly overflowed, and a fist-sized ball slowly rose. Yunxiao opened his big hand and grabbed at it. The force did not resist, but was squeezed in his hand like a marshmallow. His left hand formed a seal and activated the one chi of creation. A vortex seemed to have opened up in his palm and directly absorbed the ball of spiritual energy into his arm. It circulated in his body according to his meridians. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to feel the changes in his body. Nothing happened to the ball of spiritual energy after he circulated it, and it finally entered his dantian. At this moment, something strange happened. The ball of spiritual energy in his body suddenly burst out with a terrifying power and rushed toward the new spiritual energy. The new wave of energy seemed to have sensed something as well. It also generated its own terrifying power and charged forward. Boom! A huge force exploded in Yunxiao's dantian. Yunxiao coughed up a mouthful of blood on the spot, and his face fell. A sharp pain came from his dantian, and the two forces began to compete as if they had minds of their own. If they were allowed to continue wreaking havoc like this, the consequences would very likely cause the dantian to explode and the martial arts to be destroyed. In his horror, Yunxiao hurriedly formed a seal with both hands, trying to suppress the energy. Rays of golden light shot out from his body as he exerted the body-refining technique to its strongest and slowly guided it. After Zhao Wenjian left the city square, he also came to a secret room. It was dark inside, and even the air had a rotten smell, as if it had not been opened for a long time. There was no cultivation space in the secret room, only rows of bookshelves covered in cobwebs. Zhao Wenjian walked straight to the last row and carefully searched. He flipped through the books that were covered in dust one by one. Finally, his eyes lit up, and he quickly flipped through a large ancient book. After flipping through several hundred pages, he suddenly stopped. Zhao Wenjian's eyes burst with light. His body suddenly trembled, and his face was filled with shock and disbelief. There was a colorful pattern on the page of the ancient book. Upon closer inspection, it looked exactly like the cauldron of mountain and river. Zhao Wenjian revealed a look of horror and could not help but read the small words at the side. Cauldron of mountains and rivers, also known as the cauldron that suppresses mountains and rivers. It is the ultimate alchemy cauldron furnace. It contains a realm of space and is a transcendent-grade mystic weapon, the Xianxia. It is indeed a supreme-grade profound-level weapon. Zhao Wenjian jumped in shock. His entire face turned white. The dust from the impact blew into his face, making him choke and cough violently. It's actually a supreme-grade profound-level weapon. No wonder the first island master said that it's enough this time. Zhao Wenjian's heart was filled with mixed feelings. He did not know what to do. After a while, he left the secret room and flew toward the first island master without tidying up the ancient book. At the moment, Yunxiao was suffering in the secret chamber. Two streams of energy were constantly colliding in his dantian, trying to devour each other. All his meridians and bones had turned golden, resisting the impact. If he didn't have the tyrant body tempering technique, he would have exploded and died on the first attempt. However, his imperishable golden body was severely damaged. After withstanding several attacks, it began to show signs of collapsing. Yunxiao was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly flipped his right hand, and moon pearls of the East Sea flew out one by one and lined up in front of him, emitting a bright light as if the moonlight was sprinkling down. There were a total of 24 beads, precisely the arrangement of the 24 moonlit bridges. His hand seals began to change, and every move was extremely slow. The power of the pearl seemed to be drawn and changed with the hand seals. All of a sudden, the 24 moon pearls from the East Ocean shone even brighter. They flew above his head and formed a circle, as if a bright moon was shining down from the sky. A strange phenomenon appeared in the moonlight. There was the sound of the sea, and the waves were sparkling. The night sky in the sea unfolded. The tears of mermaids could be vaguely seen inside, which turned into pearls. A long bridge stretched across the sky like a rainbow, faintly visible under the moonlight. Yunxiao opened his eyes in horror, and his lunar pupils appeared as he looked at the strange phenomenon. Everything in front of him was like a dream, but it gave him a sense of reality. What's going on? Turning the void into reality. Yunxiao's mind was filled with question marks as he looked at the abnormality of the 24 beads, feeling a little confused. Boom, boom, boom. There was another burst of intense pain in his dantian. The two spiritual energies squeezed each other, creating countless thunderous rumbles and constantly attacking his body. He coughed up another mouthful of blood. Having no time to think about the strange phenomenon, Yunxiao pointed two fingers into the air. The strange phenomenon displayed by the 24 moonlit bridges slowly descended and turned into rays of moonlight. Under his one chi of creation, they were all absorbed into his body. A surge of power poured into his meridians, and his entire body swelled up with a bang. Ha! Yunxiao's eyes flickered with ruthlessness. After being transformed by the Great One Mystic Chi, his body could directly convert all kinds of forces. The power of the 24 moonlit bridges was directly turned into a surge of vital chi, which rushed into his dantian. Like the rivers flowing into the sea, 10,000 streams converged into one, trying to suppress the two spiritual energies. Boom! As the moonlight power sprinkled down, the two spiritual energies suddenly changed and began to merge. However, this fusion process was accompanied by a large amount of energy. It was like a fusion that released a terrifying impact that blasted in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Yunxiao coughed up another mouthful of blood, and his face was filled with horror. The three forces in his dantian began to merge into one, releasing thousands of torrents out of his control, constantly hitting his body. Bang! 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 At this moment, the meridians, apertures, and apertures in his body began to collapse. Golden light kept exploding from inside, like sword chi. Yunxiao's face was filled with misery. The result was completely beyond his expectations. If this went on, he would be completely buried. Li Yunxiao, use my power to suppress it. The demon dragon let out a roar and burst out with all his might. If Yunxiao died, he would be finished as well. His crumbling body began to transform into a dragon, and dragon scales appeared one after another. However, it was still unable to stop the speed of his body's collapse. Almost all 36 major acupoints on his body collapsed, and Yunxiao laughed miserably. I was too careless. I didn't expect the path of martial arts to end in such an absurd way. He could no longer summon any strength to resist the chaos coming from his dantian. Under the fusion of the three forces, it was like a spinning nebula, forming a galaxy of its own, constantly destroying his body. Don't be discouraged. No, the demonic dragon roared. I've been on the verge of death so many times, but I've still survived. Don't you understand? Yunxiao shook his head weakly. Don't you? In the past, it was always an external invasion, and I could resist it with all my might. This time, my dantian is out of control, and I have lost the source of my fundamental power, so how can I resist? It's all my fault for being too careless. I didn't consider the possibility of the two powers repelling each other. He was unusually calm at the moment. As a person who had lived two lives, he was not that afraid of death and could face it calmly. All of a sudden, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. As the star cloud in his dantian circulated, a bridge slowly appeared and crossed his body, faintly discernible. This is a divine body phenomenon. What's going on? The bridge in his body was vague, as if it was in the distant starry sky, but when he lowered his head, it was only in front of his eyes. At the start, when his bright moon divine body started to show signs of abnormality, he had already felt that it was strange. However, he didn't have time to think about it. Now that his physical body was continuously being destroyed, he calmed down and started to observe carefully. Since it's a bridge, it should be able to connect people. While pondering, Yunxiao raised his foot and stepped onto the bridge. Stomp! As soon as he stepped on it, he felt the world change. An unimaginably powerful force gathered from all directions and poured into his head. Boom! He felt as if his head had exploded in an instant. A purple light shot out from between his brows, penetrating the secret chamber and shooting into the boundless sky outside the island. Ah! Even someone as tough and strong as Yunxiao could not help but open his mouth and roar, and his entire face was completely deformed in pain. Boom, boom, boom! The primeval force was like a storm, and it lasted for a while before it slowly subsided. Yunxiao gritted his teeth so hard that blood gushed out of them, and his body trembled violently, but the light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. A force was constantly growing between his brows, spreading to his limbs and bones, repairing his damaged body wherever it passed. So the mystery of the god body is like this, hee. Yunxiao seemed to have understood something, and a look of joy appeared in his eyes. Then, he slowly calmed down and performed an incantation gesture with one hand, then sat down cross-legged again. Under the power that gushed out from his glabella, his body, which was on the verge of death, began to gradually recover. At this moment, in an unremarkable courtyard on Xiankong Island, the first island master suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise and looked up into the void, where the purple light was shooting up from between Yunxiao's eyebrows. He seemed to have sensed something. First Island Master, what's wrong? Zhao Wenjian asked carefully from outside the jade screen. He had just told the First Island Master that Yunxiao had the supreme-grade profound artifact, the Cauldron of Mountain and River, but the First Island Master did not respond at all. After a moment of silence, he let out a soft gasp. The First Island Master fell silent again, and then said, Hee. I didn't think that there would be someone on this island who has activated the power of 8 gates. This is getting more and more interesting. Wenjian, go and find out who it is. The power of 8 gates? Zhao Wenjian revealed a puzzled expression. He clearly did not understand. The First Island Master said slowly, the so-called power of 8 gates is the 8 ultimate apertures of the 10,000 spirit fleshly body. Once they are opened, they will possess unimaginable power. Their fists can shatter the sky, and their feet can collapse the earth. Those so-called divine bodies were actually born with the power of the 8 gates, and they were derived into different attributes. The ultimate state of the physical body is to open all 8 gates and sanctify one's body directly, breaking through the realm power and peeking into the immortal state. Zhao Wenjuan jumped in shock and said in horror, "Peeking into the god realm? You can reach the end of martial arts just by training your body." Ha ha ha. The first island master couldn't help but laugh. The one who's known as the most powerful martial sovereign among you humans, isn't his body sanctified? He can break through the realm power with one punch and is infinitely close to the immortal state. That person just now should have completely opened one of the gates. If this person doesn't have a divine body, then he must have an extremely powerful body refining divine art. His strength is not to be underestimated. Zhao Wenjuan's face was filled with shock as he muttered to himself, "I didn't expect the 10,000 spirit body to contain such a powerful force." Then, in our pursuit of martial arts and constantly cultivating our meridians and dantian, aren't we taking an unorthodox path? Who would have known that the body itself was a huge treasure? The first island master laughed. All techniques return to one. Different paths lead to the same destination. Even if you cultivated the art of sorcery, you would still eventually reach the realm of the 10-sided completion. Although the physical body was a treasure, opening it was much more difficult than cultivating the meridians in the dantian. In ancient times, most of the races used to train their bodies. Later on, this kind of body technique gradually disappeared in the long river of history. Could be seen that it had great drawbacks. Humans have always avoided the important and chosen the easy path. "I see," Zhao Wenjuan said. "As long as the person who opened one of the 8 gates is on the island, we will definitely be able to find him. I wonder why the first island master is looking for him." Behind the jade screen, the head in the shadow raised his head slightly. The corners of his mouth were slightly open, and saliva drooped down. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lower lip. He smiled and said, "Hee, you don't need to know about this. Just find him and bring him here." Although Zhao Wenjuan was dissatisfied, he did not dare to ask too much. After so many years, he had gotten used to the temperament of this great island master. He could only ask again, "First Island Lord, that Li Yunxiao has a supreme-grade mystic artifact. Will there be any problems?" The first island master muttered to himself for a while before saying, "The appearance of a supreme-grade profound-level weapon is indeed shocking. It's completely beyond our expectations. But don't worry, the excess energy this time is too much. Even if we remove that supreme-grade profound-level weapon, it's enough." Zhao Wenjuan was shocked. It actually exceeded by so much? I'm really looking forward to the dazzling treasure meet. I wonder what kind of treasures the experts from all over the world have brought over. He thought for a moment and asked, "First Island Master, Jian's current injuries are quite bad." "I'm here," the first Island Master said. "I'm recovering. You don't have to worry. Just focus on your own business." "Yes." Hearing that his disciple was fine, Zhao Wenjuan also heaved a sigh of relief. He immediately left the small room and went to carry out the order. Behind the jade screen, the first island master sucked in a mouthful of saliva and kept licking his lips with his tongue. The expression on his face became more and more excited, and a loud laugh echoed in the room. "Hee, a supreme-grade profound artifact, a 9th-tier alchemist, the first dragon's bloodline, and the Sea Emperor's daughter, Xianxia. It seems that this is indeed a heaven-sent opportunity for the eastern mountain of Guangyuan to rise again." In the secret chamber on Xiankong Island, after Yunxiao opened one of the 8 gates, a surging power kept repairing his body, and the injury was soon suppressed. The 3 forces in his dantian that had merged into one gradually quieted down. It was as if the Milky Way was quietly flowing in his body, filled with endless power. The so-called 8 gates were the opening, rest, life, death, shock, injury, stop, and view gates. These 8 gates were also called the gates of God's arrival. It meant that when the 8 gates were opened, one would step into the gate of the God realm. It was only then that Yunxiao realized that the cultivation technique of the tyrant body tempering technique he had obtained could only open the 7 chakra seas in his body and stimulate the power of his body. The part that he failed to obtain was to activate the power of the 8 gates that was hidden in the deepest part. He didn't know if the tyrant body tempering technique had a second part, but he didn't need it at the moment. The moonlight power of the bright moon divine body was derived from the 8 gates. The moment he stepped on the bridge, he instantly understood. The power of the 24 moonlit bridges is to open a bridge on the other shore in your body, which leads to the path to sainthood by opening 8 gates. At this moment, his first open gate had already been opened, and his physical body had already undergone a qualitative change. Even if he did not use his origin energy, he had enough strength to fight against an ordinary martial sovereign. This is the kind of power that Ao Chongkong has. Xianxia clenched his fist and twisted the space, making it look like a nebula was spinning on his fist. Soon after, rays of light began to appear on his golden body. The power of laws slowly flowed around his body. When he broke through the 8 gates just now, he broke through the 2 stars martial sovereign realm and stepped into the 3 stars realm. Breakthroughs in martial arts were no longer of much interest to him. His comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth had already reached the end level of martial arts. As long as he continued to accumulate origin power, he would be able to continue to break through. Xianxia checked the power in his dantian. After the 2 streams of spiritual power and the divine body's power of phenomenon fused, they had become one. He formed a hand seal, and the energy immediately circulated around his body before returning to his dantian. I can't believe I accidentally found a way to increase my spiritual energy. Yunxiao's eyes gleamed as he said in delight, "If I can find a purple snow coral that has absorbed a large amount of the spiritual power, then I can make this power infinite?" "What? Haven't you caused enough trouble?" The demonic dragon was startled. He cursed and shouted, "Just now, who was the one who was dejected like a dead dog, lying here and waiting for death? You've just escaped from death, and now you want to court death again." Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "It's just that it's easy to produce it once, but it's easy to mature it again. I already have a general idea of the situation. As long as we control our intake, there won't be too much of a problem." He licked his lips as if he was extremely happy with the increase in his spiritual energy. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. The restriction he had set up in the secret room was broken by a force. Boom! The seal-breaking power fell from the sky, directly shattering the secret room and the restrictions he had set up, and fell on his head. A cold gleam flickered in Yunxiao's eyes as an electric arc emerged from his body. In a flash, he cast the thunder escape art and moved 100 meters away with one step. Boom! The entire secret room was smashed into pieces. The control of the power was extremely exquisite. It just blew open the secret room and did not affect any of the buildings nearby. Yunxiao looked up coldly at the sky. Not far away, 2 figures emerged indistinctly and spoke in different voices. "I didn't expect someone to be able to peek into the secrets of the 8 gates. Do you have an innate divine body, or have you cultivated a body-tempering divine technique?" "Arg! Young Master Yunxiao? Were you the one who opened the light of the 8 gates?" 2 figures appeared in front of Yunxiao. The one who was surprised was Zhao Wenjian, while the other one had his arms crossed over his chest. He was silver all over, had 2 horns on his head, and his face was cold. "Wenjian, do you know this person?" The man frowned. The shock in Zhao Wenjian's eyes grew stronger and stronger, and his body even began to tremble. He found that he could not see through Yunxiao more and more, and he found more and more terrifying about the young man. He had a 9th-tier alchemy skill, a cultivation base of a martial emperor of the 9 heavens realm, a supreme-grade mystic artifact, and now he had opened the 8 gates of his divine body, as well as the age of less than 20. Heavens! Am I dreaming? Zhao Wenjian shook his head desperately. No matter what, he would not dare to combine these achievements together. What kind of terrifying existence would this be? "Wenjian, what's wrong?" The marine race expert seemed to have noticed that something was wrong with Zhao Wenjian and asked with a frown. Zhao Wenjian's face turned pale. He steadied his mind and said, "I'm fine. I know this person. Don't do anything. I'll talk to him." The Sea Tribe member nodded and said, It's best if we don't have to resort to violence. After all, our Xiankong Island is a very friendly place. It was only then that Zhao Wenjian turned to Yunxiao, and with an extremely complicated look on his face, he said, I didn't expect that the one who opened the 8 gates of the divine body would be young Master Yunxiao. I can't help but think of a saying, in the Yangtze River, the new generation will replace the old. Humph. Yunxiao snorted coldly and said, When did Mr. Wenjian become so sentimental? If I hadn't fled so quickly, I would have died at the hands of this sea beast. I haven't even sighed yet. When the marine race expert heard him call himself a sea beast, his face immediately sank, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Zhao Wenjian hurriedly stopped the marine race expert, afraid that the two would have a conflict. He quickly explained, This is the 4th island lord of our Xiankong Island, Lord Nine Heavens. Yunxiao's face turned cold as he said, Oh? I've learned the rules of the Xiankong Island. It states that no one can kill people at will, and as the island master you can kill people at will. Hey, what a powerful rule. Zhao Wenjian's face turned embarrassed and he hurriedly said, There's been a misunderstanding. The two of us are here under the orders of the 1st island master to find the person who opened the 8 gates of the divine body. We didn't expect it to be you, young Master Yunxiao. I also felt the restriction in the secret chamber just now. If it weren't for Master Jotian's help, I wouldn't have been able to summon young Master Yunxiao in time. If I didn't escape just now, Yunxiao said coldly, I would have died in vain, wouldn't I? Humph. Nine Heavens snorted and said disdainfully, If you can't even take my attack, then the so-called 8 gates of the divine body is nothing more than that. You'll just be a dead dog even if you die. A cold gleam flashed in Yunxiao's eyes, and his face grew colder. He laughed out of anger and said, Good, just because of what you said. If I don't beat you to death today, I'll write the name Li Yunxiao backward. Arrogant. Nine Heavens' face sank, and a domineering force exploded from his body. Just the strength of the aura was enough to push Zhao Wenjian away from his side. A violent aura kept surging out of his body, and he was obviously stimulated by Yunxiao's words. As the 4th island master of the Xiankong Island, he was furious that someone had come to him and said that he would be beaten to death. You dare to use the name Nine Heavens? Yunxiao snorted. It's enough to show that you don't know how high the sky is. Zhao Wenjian's face was full of worry, but Nine Heavens' temper had always been irascible. Once it flared up, no one could stop it. He was somewhat regretting bringing him along. Humph, ignorant child. You don't understand my name. With a mocking and cruel look on his face, Nine Heavens rushed in front of Yunxiao and threw a punch at his face as he grinned hideously. I'd like to see how strong a human who has opened the 8 gates of the divine body is. Can he defeat the strong bodies of the sea race? Bang! Yunxiao's hand glowed with a golden light as he raised his hand and clenched the fist. The entire space trembled. What? Nine Heavens' expression changed slightly as he sneered. You really have some skills, but you really dare to fight me with your physical body. It's enough to show your ignorance. His face turned cold, and a sharp force condensed on his fist. He shouted, Nine Heavens' wind-ripping fist. The sound of metal being cut rang out from Yunxiao's palm as energy slashes burst out from the fist force. The essence chi slashes pushed Yunxiao's palm half an inch away, but they only left a few bloody wounds. What? Nine Heavens' eyes bulged out as his heart trembled. His wind-tearing fist could tear apart the body of any member of the sea tribe, but it only cut open some skin. Yunxiao frowned and said in a cold voice, It's my turn to cut you. A stream of cold air gushed out from his palm, and the ice sword appeared in a miniature form, slashing out in the air. Their fists and palms were less than half an inch apart. The sword chi instantly arrived, and the sword light was unstoppable. Bang! Jotian's fist force was directly broken by this sword. A sharp pain came from his hand, and he cried out in shock and retreated. He saw that one of his fists had actually been cut off, and his arm had become bare. Ah! Nine Heavens and Zhao Wenjian both exclaimed in shock. Zhao Wenjian's eyes were even more serious. He could also tell at a glance that the sword was not an ordinary item. To be able to possess so many powerful, profound armaments at such a young age, in addition to those realms that were completely impossible to reach at this age, just how terrifying was this young man's background? Woo-woo! Damn it! Damn it! No! Nine Heavens roared madly. He raised his arm and shouted a few times. A new hand grew out immediately, but his forehead was covered in cold sweat. You can't leave the Xiankong Island alive. He grabbed at the air. An array of light gathered in his hand, turning into a long spear. A terrifying force emanated from the tip of the spear as it thrust toward Yunxiao. Ignorant! Yunxiao sneered. You're so ignorant! His figure suddenly became faint and turned into lightning. The spear pierced through his body. What? Nine Heavens was taken aback. When he saw the state of Yunxiao's thunderbolt, he immediately realized that something was wrong, and his face changed. With your insignificant strength, you're probably only a 7-stars martial emperor among the humans. You're not worth mentioning. A cold gleam flickered in Yunxiao's eyes as he raised his hand and spread his fingers before Zhou face, then cried out, 5 lightning strikes! The 4th watch ended. From the start of the book last year until now, he had not owed a single chapter. It started in November and a new campaign for votes began. Throw a ticket at me, please don't pity me just because I'm a handsome man. A ball of thunder gathered in Yunxiao's palm and suddenly bloomed, sending a shocking force of thunder and lightning crashing into Zhou face. Ah! Half of the sky was filled with green heavenly lightning, crashed down and smashed the 9 heavens into the ground, creating a huge pit. The faint sound of waves could be heard coming from the hole. The force of the explosion had actually pierced through the island. Zhao Wenjian looked down in shock. He was at a loss and completely petrified. The rumbling of thunder immediately attracted a large number of cultivators. Hundreds of rays of light flew out from all directions, and all of them stopped to watch from a distance, not knowing what was happening. Yunxiao retracted his palm and stood quietly in the sky as he said indifferently, I'm sorry. I used too much force. I only wanted to beat him up until he was a dead dog. But now it seems like he's a dead water dog. Zhao Wenjian opened his mouth wide and said in horror, Are you dead? Bang! A brutal force exploded out of the pit, turning into a beam of light and shooting up into the sky. It glared at Yunxiao with a terrifying aura. At this moment, his body had undergone a huge change. His body had become twice as thick, and what was even more terrifying was that 9 heads had grown out of his neck. All 9 heads bared their teeth and kept growling as they glared at Yunxiao. Ah! A 9-headed monster. In the distance, many members of the Sea tribe were frightened and retreated in fear. It's the 9-headed clan. Isn't that the forbidden clan of the Eastern Sea that was exterminated by the combined forces of several major powers hundreds of years ago? Shock flashed across the faces of some of the more knowledgeable oceanic species experts. Ha ha ha! The demonic dragon laughed and said, To think that you have 3 heads and 6 arms. I have 9 heads. Let's see who's stronger. Its strength has increased after the transformation, Yunxiao said. This thing even hid its strength before. Yes, I also feel a different violent aura from before. I'm afraid it's at the same level as Faming, right? The demon dragon said. This is going to be a little troublesome. 9 heavens aura was still rising, and those who felt it from afar were shocked. They tried to retreat as much as possible to avoid being involved. Yunxiao did not dare to be careless. He held the cold sword in his hand and waited quietly for his opponent's move. All of a sudden, the rising aura froze, and 9 heavens' face was filled with shock. Yunxiao's expression flickered, and he became extremely vigilant, as if he had seen the change in the other party's expression. Wow, wow, damn it! Zhou 9 heads began to shake violently, revealing a look of extreme unwillingness as he roared repeatedly. Its 9 heads and 18 eyes glared at Yunxiao a few times. Then it roared and turned into a beam of light, disappearing from where it was. The people in the distance were all bewildered and began to discuss. Why did you stop? I'm still waiting to watch the fun. So boring. Zhao Wenjian heaved a heavy sigh of relief. He knew that the first island master must have used a secret technique to transmit his voice, which was why he was able to suppress 9 heavens. Only then did Xianxia put away the sword in his hand and said, "Mr. Wenjian, the 4th island master has run away. Is it your turn to make a move?" "Young Master Xianxia, I'm really sorry," Zhao Wenjian hurriedly said. "The 1st island master just wanted to see you. I didn't expect things to develop like this." "Humph." Xianxia snorted coldly. "The one who called the 9-headed monster away just now was the 1st island master of Xiankong Island, right?" Zhao Wenjian was taken aback. Xianxia was extremely smart, and he could see through him at a glance. He did not hide anything and admitted, "Among the 5 island masters, Lord 9 Heavens is the most powerful, but he also has the worst temper. The other 3 island masters won't listen to him at all. Moreover, only the 1st island master could suppress him when he was in a rage just now. I won't pursue this matter any further," Xianxia said. "If your 1st island master wants to see me, let him come himself." "Ah, this Ing Luo." Zhao Wenjian was stunned for a moment, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. If he were to send such a message back, he was afraid that the 1st island master would kill him. "I'm not from your Xiankong Island," Xianxia sneered. "I'm not under the control of your island. I hope you can understand that it's he who wants to see me, not me who wants to see him." Zhao Wenjian was about to argue when his expression suddenly changed. He became focused, clearly also listening to the voice transmission. Then, he heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Since young Master Xianxia is not willing to see the 1st island master, then Wenjian will not force you. Young Master Xianxia, you can take a stroll on the island with a peace of mind. The treasure exhibition is about to begin, and we don't know when the next one will be." Zhao Wenjian's face revealed a smile. He turned and disappeared into the air. At that moment, many warriors flew over and surrounded Xianxia. They were the companions who had gone out to sea with him, and they had also been alarmed by the thunderous sound. "Young Master Yun," Liao Yongbing said sternly, "why did you have a conflict with them? Do I look like a troublemaker to you?" Xianxia sneered. "I'm not a troublemaker. I was cultivating well, but that 9-headed monster came to my door for no reason." Everyone's face darkened. "If you didn't look like a troublemaker, then there wouldn't be anyone in the world who would cause trouble." "Humph, he causes trouble wherever he goes. He's simply a troublemaker." Biming Lifeng was also not far away. He snorted coldly before turning around and leaving. A look of disappointment flickered in his eyes. Every time he saw Xianxia in trouble, he would feel a sense of relief and hope that Xianxia would die, but he always ended up with a disappointing ending. "Li Xianxia, don't even think about running away this time." A ray of light fell and revealed 2 people. Water Deity and Fei Ming walked out one by one. "I hope you can come with me," said the Water Deity. Her tone was no longer as commanding and cold as before. It was much gentler, and her eyes were filled with hope. Xianxia smiled and said, "I don't know why you're looking for me, but I've already stated my condition, the Sea Emperor's blood." The Water Deity was overjoyed when she heard the word yes. But when she heard the conditions, her face turned pale. She gritted her teeth and said, "Those who covet the blood of the Sea Emperor, no one in the world can live. I remember that there was a powerful human called Gu Feiyang a few decades ago," Fei Ming said in a deep voice. "He also had the idea of getting the Poseidon's blood, but he died a terrible death in the end." Everyone's expression changed drastically. They all knew that Gu Feiyang had caused trouble in the East Sea and caused the 4 seas to join forces to attack the Holy Region. They didn't expect it to be for the blood of the Ocean Emperor. Yunxiao's face twitched as he snorted and said, "Gu Feiyang is indeed dead, but his death has nothing to do with your Poseidon, right? How do you know it's not related?" Fei Ming sneered. "Gu Feiyang's strength is unparalleled. If it wasn't for the Emperor's wish for him to die, how could he have died so easily?" Everyone was shocked. They all looked at each other, but the shock in their hearts was indescribable. Could it be that Gu Feiyang's death was the work of the Ocean Emperor? Fei Ming's words made sense. Gu Feiyang's cultivation was unparalleled. Who in the world could kill him? Although the Tiandang Mountains was a forbidden area for humans, many adventurers went there every year, and most of them came out alive. With Gu Feiyang's strength, he would not have died there for no reason. Most of the human ancient martial art practitioners showed an expression of agreement, as if they had accepted this point of view. Yunxiao's face darkened as he said coldly, "The Ocean Emperor couldn't do anything to Gu Feiyang in the four seas, but he's even more powerful on the heavenly martial continent? What a foolish idea. The realm of heavenly martial arts is big, but it's not as powerful as the Poseidon." Fei Ming's face darkened. "Whoever Master Poseidon wants to die, must die." "Oh!" A contemptuous look flashed across Yunxiao's face as he said sarcastically, "I'm just standing here, and you're going to let your Poseidon come and bite me? You! Those who insult the Sea Emperor will die." Fei Ming's face flickered, and a cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he sent out a sword intent toward Yunxiao. It wasn't just Fei Ming. Even the expressions of some of the marine race experts in the distance changed drastically. They all revealed looks of fear and ferocity. The water deity's face also turned ashen, and her eyes were filled with anger. However, when she saw Fei Ming attack, she could not help but exclaim, "Have mercy! Don't kill him. Kill me? Why are there so many arrogant people in the world?" A cold gleam flashed in Yunxiao's eyes as he performed an incantation gesture with one hand. A wave of sword chi surged and surrounded him, forming a sea of swords. Boom! The two supreme sword intents collided in the air, and the power dispersed, creating a vortex that spread in all directions. The faces of the surrounding cultivators all changed, and they quickly flew away. The two men's sword intents were so powerful that they spread out in all directions like a stormy sea. The martial artists' faces changed drastically when they touched it, and they hurriedly retreated 1,000 meters away. Everyone laughed bitterly in their hearts. Wasn't he the one who caused trouble? It hasn't been long since they finished fighting, and they're fighting again? This is a Xianxia. Fei Ming's face was filled with shock. Yunxiao stood quietly in the air, his right hand behind his back. With just his left hand forming an incantation gesture, a huge sword appeared in front of him, constantly flashing with a faint light and repelling Fei Ming's sword will. "Oh? I didn't expect you to be an expert in the way of the sword." Fei Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit as he said coldly, "Princess Water Fairy, please step back so that I don't hurt you." Water deity stared blankly at Yunxiao, whose face was calm and composed. She only came back to her senses when Fei Ming called out to her, and her face blushed a little as she hurriedly said, "All right, but please show mercy and don't kill him." After water deity retreated, Fei Ming finally felt at ease. His eyes suddenly burst out with a cold light and a soaring battle intent was ignited. He subconsciously licked his lips and said excitedly, "It's been a long time since I've encountered such a powerful sword intent. Human warriors, let me see how powerful the sword Dao of your human race is." Yunxiao looked calm as he chuckled and said, "That will depend on whether you have the ability to make me display my strongest sword intent." He stood in the air with his hands behind his back. His calm appearance was like a grandmaster giving guidance to his junior. Fei Ming's expression turned cold and he said coldly, "You humans are really annoying." A cold light flashed in his hand, and a crystal-clear sword appeared in his hand. His eyes revealed a tender look, as if he was staring at his own child. The sword's name is Wuying. It's 3 feet long and 2 fingers wide. It was forged by Wen Yu, the great alchemist of the sea race. Fei Ming muttered to himself and explained, "Countless people have died under this sword. Your sword intent is very strong. You are qualified to cry blood under a martial soul." Yunxiao's eyes shone with admiration as he said, "This sword is not bad. When you have also heard of its name. It seems that you do have some ability." Fei Ming's expression turned cold. He said sternly, "You were disrespectful to the Sea Emperor. You were disrespectful to Lord Wen Yu. Even if the Water Fairy Princess intercedes for you, I will still cut off your tongue today." Yunxiao laughed. "You're the one who's talking big, aren't you? I've been waiting for a long time. Why haven't you moved? Ha ha! You're looking for death." Fei Ming's fighting spirit was stirred up by him. He laughed and waved a few sword lights with his martial baby. He stepped on the air and flew over to slash. The sword light was blinding, and it was so fast that everyone couldn't keep up with it. So fast. Everyone's heart trembled. There was no time to think. Only the word fast flashed through their minds. Bang! A beam of light suddenly appeared in front of Yunxiao and shook away Fei Ming's fast sword. Then the sword chi changed its direction and shot into the sky. Interesting. Fei Ming's eyes were filled with excitement as his body disappeared in the air. In an instant, countless figures suddenly appeared, and thousands of sword gleams slashed at Yunxiao from all directions. Each figure was extremely fast, dazzling people's eyes, and it was completely impossible to capture the real body. This was an extremely fast movement technique that pursued the limits of speed. It was as if he had brandished 10,000 swords at the same time, and the entire sky was filled with afterimages and sword chi. Yunxiao finally made his move. He raised his right hand from behind his back, holding the ice sword in his hand, and slowly slashed it forward, then to the side and then to the left. His speed was extremely slow, so slow that it was as if he was practicing his moves. He only made 3 moves in a few breaths. Everyone's eyes were wide open. The contradiction between being extremely fast and being extremely slow made them feel like they were suffocating and extremely irritated. What's going on? This brat has only used 3 sword moves. How could he block thousands of sword moves? Many people found it hard to understand, and their minds were filled with question marks. The water deity stood in the distance. A faint blue light appeared in the depths of her eyes, emitting a faint glow. She was shocked. Similarly, in a small courtyard, Zhao Wenjian and 9 Heavens were watching the battle on a water screen. The two of them revealed shocked expressions at the same time. 9 Heavens' eyes glinted with ferocity as he asked, "What's going on? How did he block the thousands of swords with such slow movements?" Zhao Wenjian also didn't understand, turning his gaze to the back of the jade screen. The first island master Guang Yuan's voice rang out, and he said, "This brat's comprehension of the Tao of the sword is even higher than that of the Dragon Cod clan brat. He stabbed out 3 times, 1 to cut the sky, 1 to cut the earth, and 1 to cut people, cutting everything that should be cut. That Dragonfish clan brat is already at a disadvantage in this exchange." "What? Dragon Cod clan? The Dragon Cod clan?" 9 Heavens exclaimed in shock. "The S-Class Sea clan that's on par with the Eastern Sea Palace?" "Yes, it's that class member of the Sea Tribe. And I can see that this kid is extremely talented and has a bright future. I'll see if I can take him under my wing," Guang Yuan said quietly. "If this kid is extremely talented and is at a disadvantage in 1 move, then isn't this human kid even more talented?" 9 Heavens said strangely. Guang Yuan quieted down and did not say another word. "First Island Lord," 9 Heavens said, "you're not letting me fight because you're afraid I'm no match for this man, are you?" "There's a problem with this human brat," Guang Yuan said. Zhao Wenjian's heart skipped a beat. "What's the problem?" he hurriedly asked. Guang Yuan said coldly, "Able to refine a supreme-grade profound-level weapon, 9th tier in the art of sorcery, the cultivation of a martial emperor, and open the 8 gates of the divine body monastic robe." Such experts might exist, but it was impossible for all of them to appear on a young man who was not even 20 years old. This kind of talent was unheard of in history, let alone encountered. If he really does exist, then even an ancient true spirit isn't as strong as him. What's going on? Zhao Wenjian was also confused. He shook his head and said, "With my divine sense, this is definitely the original body and not possessed by an expert. Moreover, even if he was possessed by an expert, it's impossible for him to have such amazing achievements in several DAOs at the same time." Although it was difficult for him to understand and believe the strength Yunxiao had shown, the truth was right in front of his eyes. The divine arts in the world are ever-changing, and we can't see all of them. God knows what he's doing. Guang Yuan snorted coldly and said, "In any case, there's definitely a problem. This is also the reason why I changed my mind at the last minute. I really want to know the secret of this kid. If that's the case, Why don't you let me capture him and interrogate him? Then everything will be clear. Nine Heavens said loudly. Interrogation. Guang Yuan laughed mockingly. I've asked you to come back. One reason is that I've changed my mind. The other is that I don't want you to die so early. Nine Heavens' expression changed and he shouted in anger. What? Even you, First Island Master, don't think I can beat that kid? Guang Yuan snorted and laughed. There's no need to argue about whether he can win or not. You should take a good look at his strength. Soon I might really have to fight him to the death. That kid from the Dragon Cod clan should be able to force this human to use all his strength. At this moment, in the sea of swords where the two of them were fighting. After Yunxiao's 3 sword strikes, Feiming's face changed drastically. Not only did the 3 swords block all of his sword chi, but they also passed through countless afterimages and illusions, directly slashing at his body. In his shock, he instantly recalled his thousands of afterimages and incarnations. Countless sword radiances gathered in the martial nascent. With a loud explosion, he slashed his sword in the air. Boom! The 2 sword intents collided, and it was as if a sun had suddenly appeared. The powerful light was blinding. The battle intent in Feiming's eyes surged and he laughed. So strong! Take this sword technique of mine, all sentient beings behead stupa. He flew up into the air, and his whole body became one with the sword, spinning and slashing down. The Wu Ying sword burst out with cold light, forming a crisscrossing spiral sword light. It was like a huge meat grinder pressing down. Yunxiao raised his head. From the moment he drew his sword, he had been wearing a smile on his face. It was a smile of absolute confidence. A smile of looking at the floating clouds. Swordsman, your sword intent is too sharp and overbearing. It has lost its inner meaning. Yunxiao raised his sword and sneered. Open your eyes of the soul and carefully look at every sword, at the life of every sword stance. Song of the Green Lotus Sword. Yunxiao cried out as he raised his sword. Frost. And an ice flower bloomed on the blade. The cold light shone on the cold sword. It was as if there was a shadow swaying in the wind, making the ice flower even more beautiful. Everyone felt an inexplicable pain in their hearts. As they watched the flower bloom, they felt an endless sense of pity. They really wanted to hold it in their arms and protect it, afraid that it would suddenly disappear. Bang! The ice flower really did shatter, and the hearts of countless people shattered to the ground. They all revealed expressions of pain and anger. But soon, everyone came to their senses and looked at Yunxiao in horror. Under his casual move, he actually used sword intent to drive everyone's emotions. It was simply inconceivable. The broken ice flower scattered in the air and immediately gave birth to countless flowers. They bloomed one by one, and an extremely beautiful picture scroll gradually unfolded in everyone's eyes and heart. Feiming's sentient being's Slayer Stupa descended and cut into the flowers. Bang! 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 The countless sharp sword intents suddenly shattered. He was shocked in the air. He suddenly took a breath and jumped up, retreating more than 10 steps in the air. His eyes were wide open as he looked at the scene in front of him. He was actually stunned. How could this be? What's with this feeling? His eyes were filled with confusion. You don't understand? It's good that you don't understand. You'll only be qualified to fight me again when you understand this, Yunxiao said with a smile. I'll give you the right to do so. As for now, just get lost. Feiming stood in the sky in a daze. Yunxiao told him to get lost, but he was not angry at all. Instead, he had a strong sense of desire. He raised his head and gave Yunxiao a complicated look, then bowed in the air and said, Many thanks. After I've thought it through, I'll come and find you again. Feiming kept the martial soul longsword and landed behind the water fairy. His face was calm again, as if the battle had never happened or had nothing to do with him. Water deity was stunned. Why did you admit defeat? You can still fight. We're both swordsmen, and I've already lost in terms of sword Dao. If we continue to fight, we'll only be suppressing him with our stronger cultivation. Let's not talk about whether we can win. Even if we win, it's not good. The water deity nodded thoughtfully, her eyes flashing with a strange light as she watched Yunxiao's figure disappear into the sky. "Princess Water Fairy, are you just going to let him go?" Fei Ming asked curiously. The water deity said, "If he is not willing to help me, I can't do anything about it. We can only consider his conditions now." Fei Ming's expression changed and he was filled with shock. He said hurriedly, "I'm incompetent. I'll catch up with Li Yunxiao now and make him agree to your highness's request, even if it costs me my life." "There's no need. A man like him can't be threatened," the water deity replied indifferently. Fei Ming was stunned for a moment. He raised his head and saw that water deity's face was no longer as arrogant and cold as before. Instead, it was gentler and more thoughtful. "Let's go. Let me think about it." Water deity sighed, and her face suddenly looked a little lonely. She turned around and walked forward. Fei Ming was shocked. He seemed to have noticed something and quickly followed. The crowd in the sky also gradually dispersed. That dense sword intent? After a long time, the space distorted slightly, and Run Xiang's figure walked out. His face was extremely serious and cold. Ruo Xiang slowly closed his eyes and felt the decadent sword qi in the sky that had yet to dissipate. His two thick eyebrows were deeply furrowed. Is he really just a teenager? Ruo Xiang's face grew uglier and uglier. He found that no matter how much progress he made or how many opportunities he had, it was as if Yunxiao was one step ahead of him, and he could not break through the gap of one step no matter what. By chance, time had reversed, allowing him to completely merge the 5 dragon artifacts. He had thought that he had Yunxiao in the bag, but Yunxiao's method of suppressing the Black Flame Mountain made him suspicious. After he was trapped by the Black Flames, he had comprehended the perfect true dragon's Sai. He thought that he had overcome the gap between him and Yunxiao, but when he sensed the sword intent, he lost his confidence again. Damn it! Ruo Xiang's pride was being nibbled away bit by Yunxiao's strength. He clenched his fists unwillingly and growled in a low voice. Am I going to be suppressed by him for the rest of my life? Hee. What a pitiful worm. A sneer came from the sky, and it was an unrestrained laugh. Who? Run Xiang's expression changed drastically and he shouted, Get out here. However, he was greatly alarmed. The voice actually came from all directions, making him unable to capture the source. Anger is an action of the weak. As a noble descendant of the dragon, you should soar in the 9 heavens and step on anyone's head, the voice said with a laugh. You're just a piece of trash who doesn't even dare to show his face. What right do you have to lecture me? Run Xiang coldly mocked. Trash. The voice turned cold, and suddenly, an unparalleled force came crashing down from the sky. The space around them instantly froze, and to Run Xiang's shock, he realized that he could not move at all. That power contained a dragon's might that was the same as his. You're also a dragon? The royal family of the Eastern Sea. Boom! Just as he was in shock, the attack landed on his body and sent him into the ground. Ruo Xiang's true dragon body was actually shattered by this blow, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. This power, damn it, how can it be so strong? His eyes were full of horror. His true dragon celestial body was like an iron wall, but it was covered with bruises after just one attack. Even the peak 8-star Baiming Kangtian couldn't do such a thing. There was only one answer. The other party was a 9 stars martial emperor. There's a 9-star martial emperor on this island. The shock in Ruo Xiang's heart couldn't be any greater. A 9 stars martial emperor was a powerhouse who could move unhindered in the world. Other than the palace, only those S-class forces could possibly exist. If you want to become stronger, come and find me. I can give you the power to defeat Yunxiao. The voice said coldly, and then there was no more sound. The last voice transmission came directly from a direction, specifically pointing out the way for Run Xiang. Stronger power. Who exactly are you? Ruo Xiang's mouth was full of dragon blood, and the light in his eyes became sharp. He stared at the path and flew over without hesitation. Oh? Are you sure that Zhao Wenjun came from the Sea of Soul Formation? Yunxiao could not help but ask with a frown. After all, he was very familiar with the Sea of Soul formation. When Zhao Wenjian was out at sea, he should have still been an honorary elder. But he had never heard of this person. That's right, Liao Yongbing said. At that time, I was only a warrior at the peak of the martial venerable realm, just a guard of the Haitian town city lord. Zhao Wenjian had only just become an 8th-tier alchemist at that time. I have a deep impression of him because the lord who brought him to Haitian town was the president of the Alchemist Association and the leader of the Sea of Soul formation, Lord Lu Zongzi. Oh, that's a bit of a story. Yun Xiao touched his nose with his right hand and said thoughtfully, Lu Zongzi has been leading the Sea of Soul formation for almost 100 years, and his status is extremely respected. To be able to make him personally bring people here, it was definitely not simple. Zhao Wenjian has stayed on the Xiankong Island for over 30 years. I would not believe that he has no ulterior motives. Jing Yongyi furrowed his brows. Could we have guessed wrong? Perhaps Lord Wenjian was summoned to the sea to gain experience. Besides, it's already a remarkable achievement to go from an 8th-tier alchemist to a 9th-tier alchemist in just 30 years. Yun Xiao shook his head and sneered. If it was really for training, he has already stepped into the 9th tier, which is enough for him to return to the Sea of Soul formation. But he has been staying here. Furthermore, if he is focused on his cultivation, what is the deal with this dazzling treasure meet that is held every 5 years? Yeah, I also think that it's not that simple. Liao Yongbing pondered and said, I've been asking around about the Xiankong Island in the past few days, and it's like a secluded sect in the East China Sea. The dazzling treasure convention had a very good reputation. It had been held several times, and every time, it would attract a large number of experts to participate. Furthermore, the location of the Xiankong Island on the map doesn't seem to be far from our target. Jing Yongyi nodded. I've also inquired about this. Every time the dazzling treasure meet opens, people can only enter this sea region. In addition, it was impossible to set any coordinates in this sea area, so they could only wait for the time to end if they wanted to leave. This should be a special spatial phenomenon. However, I heard that the previous few dazzling treasure conventions were extremely successful and there were no problems. Just because there was no problem before doesn't mean that there won't be any problems in the future, Yun Xiao said. At least, there must be a problem with this Zhao Wenjian. As long as he doesn't provoke us, we can quietly be handsome men. If he has any ideas, he's just digging his own grave. The two of them nodded their heads seriously. The short conversation between the three of them ended and they left. Yun Xiao, on the other hand, continued to stroll around the market. After all, this kind of opportunity to communicate with the sea race was extremely rare, and many rare treasures that could only be seen once in 10,000 years had appeared one after another. He had been an alchemist in both his lives, and he had an irresistible temptation for heavenly materials and earthly treasures. But his main purpose was to buy a large number of purple snow corals. Most of the sellers in the market knew him and knew that he was a great alchemist, so they offered all kinds of supreme treasures to him. In the past few days, he had been refining Gu Yueshing day and night. There were many 8th-tier profound armaments suitable for the Sea Tribe. They were exchanged one after another and everyone was happy. He had also collected a few pieces of purple snow corals, but none of them could sense the spiritual power, which disappointed him a lot. It seemed that he was really lucky last time and picked up a great deal. You are Li Yunxiao? Suddenly, a voice rang out. A person had appeared in front of him and was looking at him quietly. Yunxiao was taken aback, and he immediately became vigilant. Even with his keen spiritual sense, he hadn't noticed when this person had gotten close. The newcomer had a burly figure and a huge build. His face was full of fine stubble, and his head was bare. He had a dirty and old robe draped over his back, and one look was enough to tell that he was the kind of person who didn't care about his appearance. I have something to discuss with you. The person didn't say anything unnecessary and went straight to the point. Not interested, Yun Xiao said with a frown. I'm not interested. The man smiled, as if he had already expected his attitude. He said directly, I heard that you've opened one of the 8 gates. Open gate. Yun Xiao's face changed, and his eyes turned cold as he said vigilantly, Who are you? Guests of the second island master of the Xiankong Island. The man replied with a smile. Yunxiao was shocked. He could not sense any primordial energy fluctuation from the second island master, as if he were an ordinary person. Don't worry, I don't have any ill intentions. The guest smiled. I'm only here to make a deal with you. What deal? Yunxiao asked coldly. What deal? A glimmer of light flashed in the eyes of the guest, and he said indifferently, This isn't the place to talk. Please follow me. He seemed to be sure that Yunxiao would come, so he turned and left after he finished speaking. Yunxiao's eyes flickered with a cold light as he watched the guests disappear into the crowd. In the end, he followed them with a gloomy face. The guests and ministers were extremely fast, and they were not worried that Yunxiao would not be able to catch up with them. In the time it took to boil a cup of tea, the two of them had left the market and arrived at a cliff. There were a few simple and crude buildings on the cliff, facing the sea and enjoying a vast view. This is the place where I usually live and cultivate. Let's go, the minister said and cast a seal in the air. A green light rose from the cliff below and slowly opened. The two of them flew down one after another, and the green light closed in the air and disappeared. Yunxiao glanced at the restrictive barrier and said, Do you really need such a powerful isolation restriction in your own territory? You're indeed a 9th-tier alchemist, the guest said with a smile. You've seen through it with just one glance. It seems that I've found the right person. You're looking for a 9th-tier alchemist? Yunxiao asked. Are you looking for a 9th-tier alchemist? Yes, the guest nodded with a straight face. Isn't that Zhao Wenjian? Yunxiao asked suspiciously. A strange look flashed across the minister's face. He shook his head and said, He can't. Oh. Yunxiao's interest was piqued as he laughed sarcastically and said, It sounds interesting. Let me see your divine body first. Bin Chun laughed. Why should I let you see it? Yunxiao's face darkened as he snorted. It's not up to you. The guest laughed. He raised his hand, and with a flash he punched. What? Yunxiao was taken aback. There was no fluctuation of origin power under his opponent's fist, which was purely made of physical strength, but it gave him a great pressure as if he was facing the ocean. You're also an awakener of the 8 gates. He suddenly jerked and reacted at once. A strange emotion rose in his heart. He clenched his right hand into a fist, and his entire arm immediately turned into a dazzling golden light as he threw a Vajra punch. Bang! The two overbearing forces suddenly clashed together, and the surrounding air exploded in all directions. The sea behind the cliff was stirred up by the aftershock, and the sea exploded one after another. Purple light bloomed between their brows, which was the sign of the opening and aperture gate of the 8 gates. Ha ha! So strong! The guest suddenly laughed and retracted his fist. The purple light between his eyebrows also retracted, and his eyes revealed a look of admiration.